cause observed. We are now going to start our program. Karibu sana. I'm sure we've all registered. We'll start with a word of prayer from Reverend Lahai. Reverend, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I don't know if in offering prayers you require salutation. And if you require salutation, who do you salute? Anyway, let us pray. Father in heaven, we thank you for providing us this opportunity to meet as like-minded people, to discuss, consult, and to agree on strategies that we will use to approach election observation to ensure that we meaningfully contribute to the integrity of elections in our continent. Guide us through this summit so that our conclusions, O Father, will be in sync with your desire for the job that we do. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you very much. So my name is Ellen Dingani. I'm from Zimbabwe. I work for the Zimbabwe Election Support Network, and we are also hosting the Electoral Support Network in Southern Africa. We are part of the AFIONET, and we are happy to be here. My colleague Mule Msau from ELOG will also be directing the ceremonies with me. On the program, we are written as Masters of Ceremony. I'm a mistress. Thank you. May we all stand for the national anthems. We'll start with the Uganda national anthem, then the East Africa, and then lastly the African Union. May we all stand for the national anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuilinde. tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa a tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and join together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind and fount of culture, our pride and hope and break of dawn. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Thank you very much. You may all be seated.
Members of the diplomatic corps here present, the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission of Uganda, represented by Dr. Salim Simba, representatives of EMBs from the other African countries, representatives of EMB platforms, representatives of regional economic communities, representatives of political parties here present, representatives of the academia, distinguished guests, fellow citizens, fellow Africans, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Yeah, so this morning we are gladdened as the African Election Observers Network, but also as the Alliance for Finance Monitoring that hosts the Secretariat of the African Election Observers Network, to be convening here today and share thoughts and minds on a matter that we think is central to the future of our continent, but also an issue that those that founded AFUNET on that time when we met in Brussels, this is one of the things we looked up to. One of those ambitions was to create places and spaces and platforms where we can convene as citizens of Africa to have our say in the trajectory of our democratization process. But before going far, let me take the singular honor of welcoming colleagues, because here today we have delegates from across Africa, colleagues in arms with whom we've been working and pursuing the agenda on democracy. Some of them just arrived late last night. Dr. Kojo Asante, I can see you still have jet lag. Okay. Colleagues from Zimbabwe. I see there is someone from Senegal. Mamadou, thank you for making the trip. Colleagues from the East African community. Colleagues from Zambia. Peter Mwanangombe, quite an honor to have you here. Colleagues from Cameroon. Have a Bertrand, thank you for making the trip. Colleagues from Tunisia. We would have been very disappointed if you did. I think you made the longest trip because you had to go all the way to Qatar and then return. Yeah, colleagues from Somalia, quite a number of countries represented here. I cannot mention you all, okay? Yeah, and South Africa as well. Sai heads the technical team at the Electoral Commission of South Africa. Those of you that followed that election know that it is never easier for an EMB to organize an election where the party in power doesn't perform well. And you stand on your two thin legs, or two legs, and say, this was the result. We stand by it. Yeah, we are proud of you, the Electoral Commission of South Africa. So, on behalf of the African Election Observation Network, AFUNET, I stand here to welcome you to Kampala, the city of the Pearl of Africa, which is always warm. And for those visiting us for the first time, I hope you'll experience the warmth, the beauty, the hospitality of this incredible country. This conference is co-hosted by the Alliance for Finance Monitoring, by the Eastern and Horn of Africa Election Observers Network, by the Election Support Network of Southern Africa, by the Western African Observers Network, by Africtivists, all the way from Senegal, by the Democracy Reporting International, and our colleagues, the European Partnership for Democracy, who have not been able to be in our room, in the room physically, but are with us in spirit. So this summit, ladies and gentlemen, is not an isolated event, but one in a series of efforts aimed at safeguarding and advancing electoral integrity across Africa. Today, the summit builds on 3 key convenings that have shaped the democracy and electoral agenda over the past year, and allow me to mention these. The first one was the Pre-Summit for Democracy conference we had in Lusaka, Zambia, under the theme In Defense of Democracy. We held that on the 27th to the 28th in Lusaka. On the side, it precursored the Summit for Democracy convening. In there, as citizens, we thought to define the democracy agenda ourselves. We aimed to bring together people, the citizens, back into the conversation on democracy. That summit reinforced the notion that democracy is for the people, by the people, and it is essential that citizens remain at the forefront of shaping it. The second summit on which it builds is the one we held in Accra, on the future of citizen observation in Africa, which was co-hosted by CDD Ghana and Yaga Africa. I think also under the auspices of the National Democratic Institute. Our colleague from Yaga Africa is not yet in the room, Samson Itodo, but I'm sure he should be on the way. That flight was also a long one. In that summit, we focused on the new realities and future of citizen election observation. It was a powerful call, if those that participated in it remember, for enhancing the practice of citizen observation, promoting solidarity among observer organizations, and underscoring the importance of citizens as the true guardians of electoral integrity. The recent conference we had was in Nairobi, organized by Yaga Africa. It was on artificial intelligence and elections in Africa, and that was organized in collaboration with AFIONET, the Western Africa Election Observers Network, Electoral Support Network of Southern Africa, Electoral Observation Group, ELOG, Kenya, and Luminet. This event explored opportunities of AI adoption in elections. We discussed the principles that should guide the deployment of AI systems in African elections, ensuring that they are used to enhance, not hinder, electoral processes. The role of technology in elections has become so critical, ladies and gentlemen, and this conversation was only the beginning. So today, one of the sessions we'll have will kind of build on that and try to remind us on what we agreed upon when we were in Nairobi. We are gathered here today to underscore the significance of citizen election observation in building and safeguarding electoral integrity. The role of citizen observers cannot be overstated. They are at the cold face of advocacy for reforms that are needed to ensure free, fair, and credible elections across the continent. At a time when we are having a plethora of elections taking place, but also at the time when we are experiencing a series of democratic reversals where elected governments get to be overthrown through military coups. At AFIONET, we recognize that citizen observers provide a crucial bridge between the electorate and the electoral institutions. They are the first line of defense against electoral malpractice, a job nobody would envy us on doing. Their work as citizen observers helps to build trust in electoral processes. Through this summit, therefore, we aim to amplify the voices of these observers and foster strong collaboration between electoral management bodies, regional platforms of EMBs, the African Union Political Affairs Department, but also other stakeholders. In terms of collaborative efforts, as a continental coordinating platform, AFIONET is committed to promoting collaborative efforts that bring together diverse stakeholders in the electoral processes. We believe that the work we do with EMBs, regional election networks, and continental bodies such as the African Union will strengthen electoral systems, promote transparency, accountability, and integrity of elections. Ladies and gentlemen, a particular area of focus is the regulation of political finance, because we know that unregulated political finance and campaign finance remains one of the biggest threats to electoral integrity across Africa. When money becomes the deciding factor in elections, it skews the playing field and undermines democracy. AFIONET emphasizes the need for clear, enforceable regulations on campaign financing, as this directly impacts the fairness and legitimacy of elections. Looking ahead, as we begin this conference, I urge all of us gathered here today to engage in full discussions, share our experiences, and contribute to shaping the future of electoral integrity in Africa. We are here to forge stronger partnerships. We are here to share solutions and collectively work together for the betterment of our electoral systems. Whether you represent civil society, electoral management body, or a regional organization, or a political party, or the academia, or media, your role in this collective journey is invaluable. So on behalf of AFIONET, let me also take the singular honor to thank our development partners, the European Union, that have co-funded this conference, the National Endowment for Democracy, that have made this possible. I also thank the different organizations, including the Commonwealth Secretariat, the National Democratic Institute, the International Republican Institute, ECF, SADC, and many other stakeholders that have sponsored delegates into this conference. We cannot thank you enough. So I thank everyone. I thank each and everyone for your commitment to the cause of building and securing electoral integrity in Africa. Together we will continue to promote, advance democracy, ensuring that the people, the citizens whom we will speak for, remain at the center of this process. Welcome to the Electoral Integrity Summit in Africa. Welcome to the Pearl of Africa, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. In addition to the lists, we want to thank Henry as well for organizing this summit. I know today you will sleep better. Okay, allow me now to call the ACFIM chairperson, Ms. Katesi Najiba.
I hope this is audible enough. The Deputy Ambassador of European Delegation to Uganda, representatives of EMBs and regional platforms of EMBs here present, representatives of international NGOs, representatives of political parties, the chairperson of AFIONET and leaders of regional election observation networks, the board and members of ACFIM here present, fellow citizen observers, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to all of you. Yeah, I've already been introduced. My name is Najiba Katesi, the acting chairperson, board of directors, ACFIM. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at the Electoral Integrity in Africa Summit 2024. As we gather in Kampala, for this important event, we are united by one common purpose: to strengthen electoral transparency, public oversight, and foster collaborative reforms across Africa, across our continent, which we should all be proud of. Allow me to extend my gratitude to the organizers of this summit, particularly AFIONET and ACFIM, and our colleagues from all over Africa and beyond who have made this event possible. Your commitment to democracy and electoral integrity is truly, truly commendable. An applause for that, please. Thank you. So the summit themed strengthening electoral transparency, public oversight, and collaborative reforms comes at a pivotal time for Africa. So despite the significant progress we've made in electoral processes, we continue to face challenges that threaten the very core of our democracies. So as outlined in the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, elections are a cornerstone of democratic governance. The universal suffrage of this charter guarantees is a right that every African must enjoy, free from corruption. Okay, thank you so much. We must confront the reality that 25% of elections in Africa have experienced some form of violence, and the resurgence of unconstitutional changes of government poses a direct threat to the democratic gains we've made as a continent. Yet, coups and the post-election undermine our democracies. The report by Afrobarometer reveals widespread dissatisfaction with electoral institutions, with just only 1% perceiving countries as full democracies and a worrying 44% election integrity rating across the continent. I think we should be concerned with. For some reason, these microphones are not are not with me today, but we shall persist. So it is clear that electoral integrity is not just about holding elections. It's about ensuring that every vote counts, every candidate has equal access, and that outcomes reflect the genuine will of the people. So the work ahead of us in these 3 days is very crucial in developing strategies, challenges, the capacity of electoral management bodies, and fostering among election observers and stakeholders. I hope you can hear me despite the ups and downs of the mic. So we must remember that one of the most powerful tools at our disposal is citizen observation, which plays an integral role in safeguarding electoral integrity. So this summit is a platform for us. It is a platform that will provide us time to reflect on the contribution of citizen observers and to explore new ways for us to collaborate. Our discussions will be also an opportunity to underscore the importance of post-election follow-up mechanisms, ensuring that the recommendations of election observation missions lead to tangible reforms. As we gather here, I cannot help reflect on the significance of this event. This event comes closely aligned to the International Democracy Day, which we shall mark on the September 15th. So what this means, that this summit provides a platform not only to address electoral challenges, but also to affirm our collective commitment and to the values of democracy, peace, and stability in Africa. I would like to thank each and every one of you for your dedication to this cause. You're here, and that means you're dedicated to this cause. We appreciate that. Your presence here signals your commitment to defending the integrity of our elections and, by extension, our democracies. So over the next 3 days, Let us engage deeply. Let us share openly. Let us collaborate effectively to achieve the outcome we all seek, which is free, fair, transparent, and credible elections for every African citizen. Let us work together to ensure that Africa continues to rise as a beacon of democracy and good governance. Thank you for being here, and I wish all of us a very productive and impactful deliberations.
Thank you, Madam Najiba, for the warm welcome. Allow me now to call the coordinators of the different networks that we have under AFIONET. We'll start with the EHON. May we have the coordinator, Mule Musau, to give us welcome remarks.
Good morning, Africa. Because I know Africa is represented from all its breadth and width, from the Tunisian side to the Cape Coast and across the breadth of Africa. Like Henry said, because I'm just a neighbor within the area, welcome to the Pearl of Africa. We just crossed the lake, swim across to come over. My name is Mule Musau from Kenya. I represent the East and Horn of Africa Elections Observation Network. We are a network which is represented in 14 countries within the East African region, and trying our best to be able to bring the voice of the citizens to bear as far as the elections within that particular region is concerned. We are happy to be here. We are happy to be part of this very auspicious occasion, which, as Andrew was describing, is the first time that the African Election Observation Network is convening, first time it's convening a meeting of this sort, a meeting conceived, as you're saying, in some evening cafe session in Brussels in 2016. A few people, a few minds, boys and girls. The girl was not there at that particular moment, but she came later on. That is Rindai, the girl. But from that convening, we conceptualized the idea of bringing the continent together, bringing the practitioners, the experts, the skills that we have on the continent as far as elections are concerned, together for purposes of sharing, learning from each other, solidarity and support. So as the Eastern Horn of Africa, we are very delighted to be in this particular space, representing the region. We come from a region which has its own challenges. We have countries within our region which still have civil strife and political tensions. We are coming from a region where the question about integrity in terms of electoral outcomes is still questioned. Even in countries like where I come from, we have disputed elections. We go to court. We never ever decide our elections with a ballot. For instance, Nairobi decides its elections after a number of stops. You have to go to the High Court. We have to go to the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court is not enough, we go to the streets. So that's Kenya for you. But also it's a question of why is it that as Africans, why is it that as citizens, we are not very okay with the outcomes that come from electoral processes. So I think the conversations that we're going to be having here over the next few days are going to be very important in terms of unpacking this particular issue, and in regard to how we can be able to solve the problems that we have. And I had an example here. I was just saying, among the thematic areas that we're going to be discussing is the question of money in elections. In Kenya, the lowest seat, political seat, for you to be able to compete for it, you need not less than 50,000 US dollars to compete for it. For the highest seat, you need anything from 50 million USD to participate. How do the citizens of Africa participate in these processes, where we have a predominantly not so well endowed citizenry in terms of the money and the finances to be able to participate? Yet this is supposed to be a citizen-driven process. So I think these are the conversations that we're going to have. We are also very happy, as I wind up, to be part of a South-to-South solidarity and framework. Sometimes we forget to talk to ourselves, to talk to each other. I think AfioNet presents a platform that we come to a space where we speak to each other. What are the practices? What is Dr. Kojo bringing from the West and Lahai? And what are they able to present to the table and share in terms of experiences? What is Ellen and Rindai and David Onen, even in the spaces of the political establishments? What are they able to contribute to this conversation? So we can talk to each other, understand and customize some of these issues that we keep facing across the continent. With those few remarks, because I could be here the day, I'm looking forward to these discussions. Welcome to the conference, and I thank AfioNet for the organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mule. I'm sure we are ready for the exciting fireworks and conversations. Allow me to call the Executive Director of the Zimbabwe Election Support Network, also the host director for the Electoral Support Network of Southern Africa. Over to you, Madam Rindai.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rindai Chipundevava. I'm from Zimbabwe, representing the Zimbabwe Election Support Network, who are hosting the Election Support Network of Southern Africa. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, distinguished guests, and also the hosts, AfioNet. It's our pleasure to be here today. It is an immense honor to stand before you also today at this Electoral Intergrity Summit in this beautiful and vibrant nation of Uganda. It was my first country out of Zimbabwe when I joined the civil society organizations in the late 90s. So I'm very happy to be back again. We gather today at this pivotal moment in our continent's journey towards democratic governance and electoral integrity. The African Charter on Democracy, Governance and Elections is our guiding light, recognizing universal suffrage and also an inalienable right. So it is our collective responsibility to uphold this principle, ensuring that every African citizens can exercise their right to vote, and also in a free and fair election and electoral environment. So today we are going to address the fundamental issue of electoral integrity. And as we all know, it is the cornerstone in terms of upholding the people's trust, ensuring that their voices are heard and their choices are respected. Across Africa, if we look back at the recent elections, we witnessed a mixed grill. Some countries have done so well. They made profound strides in strengthening democratic institutions, yet challenges still exist in a number of our countries. So these challenges call upon us to unite, think creatively, and act decisively in safeguarding the processes that empower citizens and legitimize democracy. So we hope that as we open this summit today, we are going to focus on collaborations from East, West, Central, North Africa. I think this is our first time to meet, especially colleagues from North Africa and Central Africa. We hope that this momentum will continue, and this will also assist us in terms of exploring different ways in how we can enhance our networks, and also ways in how we can also enhance the electoral integrity in our different countries. The same applies also to relationships which we are going to build with the RECs, the EMBs from different parts of the countries in Africa. Without the EMBs, there is no election. So we thank you for coming and also to be sharing information experiences among ourselves. So I want to thank our host, Afionet, and ahead, the consortium members, the people of Uganda for the warm hospitality. We feel very much welcomed, and we look forward to the few days left in this particular country. So thank you for inviting us here, and we hope that we are going to learn a lot, and we begin that this journey which was starting will lead us to a successful and powerful Afionet, like with the Asian ANFREL. There are other networks here at the regional level. So we hope ours, Afionet, will also grow like other networks which we see in the other regions. So let us begin to work together, and we look forward to a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Rindai. May I now call one of the directors of CDD Ghana, also the coordinator of West Africa Election Observers Network, Dr. Kojo Asante. Karibu.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let me stand on established protocols to say all protocols observed. Really glad to be here for this really great occasion. And thanks, Henry, for really pulling through with this, because I know how hard you've worked to get this going. Colleagues, invited guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from West Africa and from our newly constituted Executive Council, chaired by Reverend James Lahai, who is also the chair of the steering committee of Afionet, and his first vice chair, Madam Umi Sa of Rado in Senegal, and second vice, Mr. Dansai of Irid in Liberia. At our just ended Executive Council and General Assembly meeting, members in a communique bemoaned the disturbing trend of coup d'etats in Guinea, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, constitutional manipulations, electoral irregularities, abuse of incumbency, worsening insecurity, particularly in the Sahel region, and weakened democratic institutions. We are also saddened by the fact that democracy has been defaced with impunity, corruption, and the misuse of power for personal gain. The decline is gradually undermining the people's confidence in their governments and electoral processes, disintegrating the region with the intended withdrawal of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger from the ECOWAS bloc, an example of the threat to the overall stability of the region. And following those concerns, the DAY-1 General Assembly has made some recommendations calling on West African governments to recommit to upholding democratic values, including free and fair elections, respect for the civic space, abiding by the constitutional term limits, respect for human rights, and the independence of the judiciary and the media. Also, a call on ECOWAS to effectively implement the ECOWAS of the People agenda. That it is essential for ECOWAS to reconnect with the citizens of West Africa and to ensure that its initiatives and policies reflect the voices and the needs of the broader populace, not just those of the ruling class. For WION, these are trying times indeed for the sub-region and for our members. Many are operating in circumstances that are very difficult to operate in because of the closing or closed spaces. A number of our human rights defenders have been abducted. Some cannot be found. Some have been arrested for exercising their civic and political rights. Now, in the midst of these challenges, we are proud to say that we have kept faith with our efforts to build the capacity and the experience of the next generation of human rights defenders. At the sidelines of the WION General Assembly, we held an academy for young staffers from our member organizations, and I'm proud to say that to see and to feel the energy in the room, we can say that it bodes well for the future for West Africa in spite of the challenges, that it bodes well for WION, and it bodes well for Africa, particularly the work we do. So the message for me here today is that we should not be discouraged by the challenges we face. We should be encouraged. We should encourage each other, build solidarity, work with our institutions to confront the problems we have. We know that it's not just us. The whole world is troubled. This is the continent that we know is our home, and we must work hard to make it a home for all our people. So let me congratulate our colleagues at ASFIM, and of course to Henry and the team for putting this together, and also to appreciate the efforts of their head program and for the EU for the support. And we look forward to the deliberation in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sante. We also congratulate WION for the new executive elections, which we followed keenly. And I believe upholding integrity starts with us as observer group, citizen observers. So thank you very much for having the free, fair elections of your board. Allow me now to call the AFIONET chairperson, Reverend James Lahai. He's also the coordinator of the new in Sierra Leone, one of the founders of AFIONET. And we really learn a lot from him as Africans. So Reverend, please may you come in front. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Good morning, everyone. I plead to stand on existing protocols and not single out personalities. Sure, to garner the confidence to talk to an august body like this. I stand here feeling very proud today that my personal dreams have found their way into the collective dream of civil society across Africa, organizing themselves and acknowledging the deteriorating trend in our governance, political, and democratic credentials. At some point, we saw light at the end of the tunnel, especially in West Africa, where we started to see good elections conducted, and we saw the military moving away from the State House and going back to their barracks. Unfortunately, we have now started witnessing a return to those horrible experiences. Like Kojo just outlined, we had our Executive Council meeting and General Assembly meeting 2 weeks ago, where we highlighted these degrading circumstances facing our countries. We therefore concluded that summit with a communique that's a call to action for various players. This summit did not happen suddenly or spontaneously. It's as a result of determination and resilience not to yield to the pressures and attack on the civic space, but rather to reorganize ourselves and face the challenges, not in an antagonistic manner, but with the right methodologies and strategy, so that those who govern do not misconstrue our position. All we are doing is to support them achieve on the things that they tell the people when they want the power. But because they are not honest and sincere, when they talk to the people, they look at us as being destructive, whilst we know that we are truly constructive. This summit is as a result of a project which is action for a holistic electoral approach for democracy. Ahead, Africa. And because at our country stages, we have formed ourselves into citizen observer networks and have not just stopped at that level, but have ensured that we have formed sub-regional networks and now a continental network in the realization of AFUNET. We believe we will succeed. Currently, AFUNET has a membership of only 3 sub-regional networks: WION, EHON, and ESN. But with this project, we are now reaching out to North Africa and Central Africa. Our aim is to bring Africa together. This is not a task for an individual, organization, or personality. It has to be collective, because the cause we have taken is not an easy one. It is challenging, but it is not unsurmountable. So I appreciate that all of you accepted our invitation and braved the challenges of traveling these days, having to remove your shoe, remove your belts. You know, it's embarrassing at times, but you have braved all those challenges to be here. I am encouraged. And I believe that the objectives that we have set for ourselves for this summit will be achieved. Thank you very much for coming. And congratulations, Henry and team, for making sure that all of us are in this room. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Reverend, for the warm welcome. Allow me to call my co-moderator to moderate the statements from our invited guests. Mule, may you come over?
Good morning once again. Thank you, Ellen, for that particular session. So we go to the next part of the opening remarks, which, if you look at the way it is structured, is more of the political session. And we're going to start that political session by inviting the head of political affairs of the East African, the ESC, that is Mr. David Onen, who will make the next statement. And as he comes, I just want to remind everyone also welcome our online participants. We are streaming virtually, and we have participation from all over the globe. So let the participants feel very invited to continue with our proceedings. So Mr. David Onen, your time to make. Please give him a round of applause as he comes forward.
Thank you very much, Mula. I'll also benefit from the already established protocol and say a very warm and a good morning to all of you. I'm very, very happy, and I know Henry will know why I'm very, very happy to be in this summit and to be in Kampala or Uganda. Where I sit now is the other side of where I used to be while I was in Uganda and a few years after Uganda in Tanzania. That I came from the demand side of good governance, and now I sit on the supply side of good governance. Is a dichotomy that I enjoy because I know both. After being in the trenches of civil society activism in Uganda and party in Arusha, when I see some of my colleagues with whom we have been in that trench, the Wakina Henry, Wakina Benson, Ekwe, Felix, I am very happy that I'm back home. I remain an ambassador of the other side of the demand, other side of the governance demand, that as I change my position from the demand side to the supply side, I remain an ambassador for the demand side. Oftentimes, when I come in a forum like this, called Forum of Civil Society and Citizens, I forget that I'm now in the other side. And sometimes I'm reminded, please, you are now on the supply side, you are no longer on the demand side. So present yourself as a supplier, not a And my principle is that whatever has value will never be in good supply. The demand will always be higher than the supply. Good governance is a valuable thing, and however much we demand as citizens, have need, but that doesn't stop us from continuing to demand that you need to supply it. Even the little we have to add value to it to become more valuable. I sit as a head of political affairs at the EAC, and all the regional governance issues, institutional and policy-wise, I initiate through the various stakeholders, including civil society, because EAC is people-driven, and therefore we stand on the strength of the stakeholders to enable us to push ahead with our agenda for integration and eventually the political integration. Given the short time we have now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to reflect on the theme or the title of this summit, electoral integrity. I'm not sure whether we have a common understanding of what it means to have electoral integrity, because oftentimes when we're talking about electoral integrity, our first focus is on the EMB that organizes elections. But my conceptualization is that it is a very big package. What we call electoral integrity is a big package. And this package for us in EAC is enshrined in the Treaty for the Establishment of the Community, which is about good governance. So when we're talking about electoral integrity, in breadth and depth, we are talking about everything you want or demand about good governance, and every stakeholders you envisage that should deliver on that, including ourselves and yourselves. You cannot have a credible or electoral integrity without the rule of law as an integrity. The rule of law with the the administration of justice, the courts, and the judiciary play a crucial role in the mechanism for dispute resolutions in elections. That contributes to credibility or integrity. Then we have failed the system that should deliver electoral integrity. You cannot also have electoral integrity without the protection of human rights. And therefore, of course, the obligation is on the states to deliver on the protection and promotion of human rights. That system, when it doesn't work, we may also forget about integrity or credible election. How about the rest? The gender equality aspect. If there's no mechanism, purposeful mechanism inherent and embedded in the system, electoral system and political system, we cannot talk about electoral integrity. Because go by your population, go by your electoral population statistics. The biggest number of eligible voters possibly in your country will be women or female. The biggest population that will register to vote possibly will be women. And possibly the guys, the people who go and cast their votes, the majority may be even women. But now the outcome of that result, the election, how many women are elected, for example. So gender equality is going to be a very critical aspect of electoral integrity. How about the issue of social justice and other rights, freedoms, and so forth? Because election processes also rides on the freedoms that are established, and those freedoms are observed. You can call it freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of the media and the press, and you can name the rest. If they miss in the system, if they miss in this package, then you cannot have electoral integrity. The list is long. But I'm telling you that it is a system that must work together. We cannot blame one aspect or one component of that system and say electoral is not, there is no credible election, electoral is not, there is no integrity in the election because the EMB has failed. So when we are in this summit, we need to interrogate all these aspects, but also interrogate who plays which role to deliver on electoral integrity. We have many partners, or we have many role players on the state side or the demand side. We have also many on the supply side. But which are the roles each is supposed to play? Because this is something we need to reflect on and audit ourselves. To what extent have we played our roles to deliver on electoral integrity without looking at the EMB alone or the supply side alone? So this is the reason I'm very happy that this is a moment we can share, and in auditing ourselves and our roles in delivering electoral integrity, we also find collaboration and partnership. And therefore, we need, in the 2 days also, we need to reflect on our individual roles, the different components of the electoral integrity package, and filter out what are the collaborative and partnership opportunities that will therefore enhance the ultimate objective of this summit to open means and mechanism for collaboration and partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, I could speak more, but for now, let me stop here, and we wish that we have a very elaborate and very pleasant deliberations in this summit. Enjoy.
Another round of applause, please. David has said was once on the other side, and he's crossed over to the other side. And it's good to have allies. I can speak with some level of confidence as the coordinator of IHON that David has opened quite a number of doors for us on the other side. He invited us to participate in the first conference in Dar es Salaam between the EMBs and the civil society. He has also facilitated our engagements with the East African community, and he's here with us. So I think it also pays to have allies on the other side, and working together, I think can be able to collaborate and move the agenda further as far as credible elections are concerned. So thank you very much, David, for that. I now want to invite, we're going to change the order of the statements. So we're going to have a statement by the Deputy Head of Delegation of the EU in Uganda, that is Julam Shatrain. And then after that, we shall have a statement from the Chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission to give us the last statement as well as the keynote address. So for now, I invite Julame Shatrain to give us a statement from the EU delegation. Remember, they are part of the supporters and our partners in this particular program. Welcome, Julam.
Thank you, Mure. Let me acknowledge all of you in your capacity of defender, promoter, supporter, fighter for democracy, and then stand by the protocol. Good morning to all of you. I'm very happy to be with you today for this important event. And with this particular year 2024, which has seen and is still seeing an unprecedented numbers of citizens across the globe called to express their votes. Myself, I voted 3 times in the last 3 months as a European, as a French citizen. I voted, I don't know if I decided, but at least I voted. And so we see a surge in democratic participation, and that is a testament to the vibrancy of democratization process worldwide. But of course, it also poses significant challenges that we must address head on. And I want to express first my sincere gratitude to the organizer of the crucial summit of today, the African Election Observation Network, and the overall consortium led by the European Partnership for Democracy. Your efforts in mobilizing such a diverse and engaged audience to reflect on how to strengthen increased transparency, public oversight, and multi-stakeholder approach on the continent for electoral reforms are commendable and deeply appreciated. The timing of the summit could not be more critical. Indeed, as I was saying, 2024 and 2025 have been aptly dubbed as big election cycle years. And in 2024 alone, Africa is set to witness 20 scheduled elections. This underscores the paramount importance of engaging with electoral stakeholders to enhance election integrity and to prevent risk and tensions. And I understand this critical topic will be the focus of the first session for this summit. And here in my country of posting, next election will be 2026. So for my Ugandan friends, that's a lot of lessons to learn from the African friends all across the continent. So when we speak of integrity in elections, we are essentially talking about 3 key pillars: inclusivity, transparency, and neutrality. Inclusivity stands for the people. It means ensuring that all those eligible have the opportunity to vote and choose their elected representative, including youth, women, PWDs, and other marginalized group. Transparency refers to the system in place. This includes clear rules and procedures for voters, free campaigning, campaign financing, we talked about it, the presence of monitors, and fair media coverage. And I'm pleased to note that those aspects will be covered during your discussions. Then neutrality pertains to the entities involved in the electoral process, including the electoral commissions, electoral administration, security forces, judiciary, and media. Their impartiality is paramount to the integrity of the entire process. Oversight is also critical to confirm that electoral integrity has reached acceptable standards and, when necessary, to recommend improvements for future election. These vital roles of observers will be the focus of some session during your meetings. However, we must acknowledge that despite some democratic achievements, electoral integrity remains in many circumstances largely under question. Meanwhile, the nature of threats to this integrity is rapidly evolving. We are no longer solely concerned with traditional forms of electoral fraud, such as ballot box stuffing or the announcement of false results. Today, we face more insidious challenges that seek to undermine the very environment in which elections take place. These efforts often involve sophisticated campaigns of disinformation and foreign information manipulation and interference. The digital transformation of our societies, while offering unprecedented opportunities for citizen engagement, has also opened new avenues for such manipulation. The role of technology in this new landscape cannot be overstated. It offers tools for greater transparency and citizen participation, but it also presents significant risk. The use of artificial intelligence to create deepfakes, exploitation of big data for micro-targeting voters, and the deployment of bots to amplify certain message all pose serious challenges to the integrity of our information ecosystems. In this context, electoral integrity requires not just the personal integrity of those individuals involved, but also the robustness of our institutions, the clarity of our laws and regulation, and the active engagement of an informed citizenry. It demands new approaches to media literacy, cybersecurity, and the regulation of online political advertising. The European Union deeply values the partnership with the African Union and the REX. And we recognize that the complexity of today's challenge cannot be solved by national institutions in isolation. It is heartening to see that African Union taking a growing stance against unconstitutional changes of government on the continent. So I'm proud to note that this summit is co-funded by the EU under a continental program following the African Union request to improve transparency and credibility of elections in Africa. This EU-AU partnership reaffirms our joint commitment to deter unconstitutional changes of government and protect democracy on the continent. The European Union has been using several tools and financing instruments to contribute to the promotion of democracy and electoral integrity. This includes electoral observation missions, expert missions, peer-to-peer engagement, and a variety of projects to support institutions, civil society, and parliaments. Our current EU support responds to a demand-driven approach where the EU requests support for the benefit of the regional economic communities and EU member state stakeholders involved in election processes. This aims at improving and harmonizing electoral practices between the EU and the REX, and liaising with national electoral stakeholders and creating the much required community of practice. The EU on its side has recently taken significant steps to enhance our own democratic processes. We recognize that democracy is not a given, but requires constant nurturing and improvement. We have adopted new legislation on the transparency and targeting of political advertising, strengthen our efforts to counter disinformation, and we are working to protect our elections from foreign interference. Importantly, we recognize that strengthening democracy goes beyond election. This requires work at the local level, reaching out to every communities. It involves promoting press freedom, multi-party involvement, transparency, and accountability. On the African continent, many speakers mention it, the basis for such collective efforts towards reinforcing democracy is enshrined in the African Charter on Democracy, Governance, and Election. This visionary charter is not just a simple legal commitment, but it's a statement by African leaders and the people about the nexus between governance, peace, security, and development for conflict prevention. As you engage, all of you, in this important discussion over the next 3 days, I encourage you to think boldly and creatively. The challenge to electoral integrity are evolving rapidly, and our solution must evolve just as quickly. Let us use this summit as an opportunity, not just to dialogue, not just to diagnose problem, but to forge practical, implementable solutions. Let us build networks of support and cooperation that will endure long after this summit concludes. So I encourage you to have those night coffees and beers to drink caution to generate this creativity. In closing, I want to reiterate the European Union's unwavering support for democratic processes in Africa. We stand ready to continue our partnership in this crucial endeavor, always respecting the sovereignty and unique context of each nation. Together, we can work towards elections that truly reflect the will of the people and contribute to the peace, stability, and prosperity of this great continent. I wish you all a productive and inspiring summit. Thank you. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Julam, for that very very good remarks in terms of integrity. And well, he's reminded us of something that I even forgot to mention at the start of the session, that we are holding this meeting on a very interesting year, a super election year. We talked about the Africa and the 20 elections in Africa. There are over 70 in the world, 3.7 billion people, voters who are going to be participating. Already 49 of them done. Africa still has around 10 elections, which you still have moving forward. Some of them, of course, are also happening within the region. So it's a heavy set of electoral activities, and therefore the discussions that we are having right now on integrity could not have come at a better time. Well, mid the year, but at least still enough to be able to offer conversations moving forward on how we can be able to improve our electoral processes. So let me take the opportunity now, therefore, to invite our last speaker and also the keynote address now, considering that the next speaker is the highest ranking governmental representative that we have in this conference. So the statement by the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission of Uganda, but this will be delivered by Dr. Sally Simba Kayunga, who works at the commission. So let's prepare ourselves to welcome, this becomes our keynote speaker right now. So Dr. Sally Simba Kayunga will be coming to make the official keynote address, and he will have the honor to declare the conference or the summit opened. Let's welcome Dr. Kayunga, all of us to the podium.
Sasa naongea lugha gani? Mimi Mwafrika naongea Kiswahili, naongea Kizungu. Nichague. Naongea Kiganda. Aya. Sorry. I'm an African and I'm proud of my culture. So I'd wanted to speak in Kiswahili, but I've been told there's no interpreter. So for now, I'll speak English. But next time, come prepared to receive a speech in Kiswahili. So you'll do your own interpretations. Okay? So everybody who has been here has been standing on existing protocol. So who am I not to stand on existing protocol? So dear gentlemen and ladies, I stand on existing protocol. On behalf of my line minister, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, on behalf of my chairperson and colleagues at Electoral Commission, Justice Simon Byabakama, and on my own behalf, it's my honor to talk to this distinguished group of participants. Probably I will start with some conclusion, and then I'll do the introduction later. Quite unusual. As it has been mentioned, my name's Sally Simba. 1989, as I was a young, in fact, I had been just recruited in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration to teach, together with my head of department that time, the late Professor Apollon Sibambi. We sat and said, no, Soviet Union is collapsing. This is going to have tremendous impact on the globe. We have to reorganize our teaching curriculum in order to reflect the global changes. 1989, as a useful scholar, I started 2 courses in the Department of Political Science. One, I started a course on democracy, theory and practice, democracy in Africa, theory and practice, which I've been teaching until last year. I also started, of course, elections were an important part of that course. So democracy theory and practice, we have been going through all democratic processes in all African countries. They have been of interest to us and our students. I'm not going to speak as an academic. That was, as somebody was saying, the demand side, because the objective was to create a group of students who would be conscious of their democratic rights and who would demand for democratic governance. I also started another course, human rights. We wanted our students to be conscious of their rights as they evolve through the university. I didn't know that 34 years later, I would be changed from teaching democratic governance to supplying democracy. Supplying democracy. So we pray to God that He guides us in this noble obligation. Probably before I go into the remarks, as I said, I'm going to start with the conclusion. Just to repeat what I said last year, at a similar function organized by Akinamamo Africa, I said, Uganda Independent Commission, who wants to pursue or has been pursuing an open door policy. You can't invite people to talk about elections in Uganda and then you don't make them to say a courtesy call on the commission. So the same with Henry and the organizers. As part of the 3 days, it would have been our honor as a commission to invite the delegates who wish to come and visit us at the Electoral Commission. We would have accorded the entire group the time it requires. The entire commission would have had an opportunity to meet all of you, at least courtesy call. Courtesy call. I don't know whether it's not yet too late. I think liaise with Julius. If within the 3 days you have at least 1 hour, Julius will coordinate, and the entire commission will welcome you and discuss a few things we want to discuss. I was in South Africa in May. I promised my colleagues that they looked at us very, very well, and we drew a lot of lessons from their experience. I promised when they come to Uganda, we shall revenge. Now, she has come, and you are not giving us an opportunity to revenge. I hope you'll be able to revenge on our behalf. But you are invited to the Electoral Commission, even if it is 1 hour. We shall be glad to meet you. With me here, because we prefer working as a team, with me here, I have 2 important persons. One, the head public relations, Justice Julius Muchunguzi. So any networks with the Electoral Commission through him. In fact, if quietly you coordinated with him and then he got in charge with the chair, we can fix a meeting as soon as possible. And as it has been said, an integral electoral system has to be done within the law. We have to follow the law as strictly as possible. We have also moved with the head of legal department at the Electoral Commission, Dr. Jennifer. Later on, she'll be part of the panelists. Talking about gender equality, I'm happy to announce that Independent Electoral Commission in Uganda takes issues of gender equality very seriously. In fact, more than 65% of the returning officers are women with substantive powers. I'm in charge of Kampala City, among other things. Kampala City has 5 divisions. Out of the 5 divisions, 4 of them. Do we say amandi or womandi? What's the right language? 4 of them are womaned by women. I cannot say they are manned. That would be gender insensitive. 4 of them out of the 5 are womaned by women. So we take issue of gender equality, and we believe women play a significant role in the electoral process. Now, a few remarks on electoral integrity. Of course, it has been said what electoral integrity constitutes, but I'll just add my voice to what has already been said. A lot of things should constitute what is involved in electoral integrity. One of them would be the right to vote. Any electoral system which is worthy being regarded as of high integrity should honor or should accord all its citizens the right to vote without discrimination of any nature. We also believe, in relationship to the right to vote, that in practice, therefore, the voter register should be 100% clean. I'm sorry to mention, when I was at Mackay University, I used to give marks. 90 would have performed very well, excellent. I would put excellent. At Electoral Commission, especially when it comes to voter register, even if you have 99.9, that is poor. The register must be 100% clean. And that is the basis, possible foundation of ensuring that subsequent events will result into a highly respected electoral process. As far as we are concerned, much as we are voting in 2026, January next year, that's 3 months from now, we are going to display the voter register at all our polling stations. The register, since statutory, will be at the polling stations for 3 weeks or 1 month. And we expect all citizens to scrutinize it and ensure that we have not made mistakes. In addition to having a clean register and ensuring all citizens have the right to vote, we are conscious of nomination and the right to participate in the political process. In a democratic system, people should have the opportunity to stand as candidates. Of course, the laws may refuse some to stand, but within the law, it's our obligation to ensure that when the nominations come, all those who are eligible to stand as candidates will be given the opportunity to stand as candidates. And they will be given an opportunity to appeal in case anybody may have been left out as a result of any mistake. But we shall try as our level best to ensure that this right, equal opportunity to be candidates, is upheld in Uganda's electoral process. Of course, the nominations are not very far from now. I think September for those who want to be MPs, for those who want to be presidents to be October, and other positions in the way, but the roadmap has been published. But in the nomination process, we shall ensure that all Ugandans are accorded equal opportunity to be candidates, if they so wish. So this is followed by another important process, which has already been made, campaign process. Of course, campaigning is a key element in marketing yourself to the people. We shall make sure people have access to the media, at least state media. Of course, under liberalization, 90% of the media in the country is privately owned. We may not have control over private-owned media, but we shall try our level best to accord all candidates the time they require as far as public media is concerned. We shall try also to our level best to ensure that all candidates are free from all forms of intimidation. They are given an opportunity, equal opportunity to reach out to their voters and deliver the messages to their voters. Of course, when the voting begins, this is a complex process. We shall try as much as possible to ensure secret ballot. That's the essence of right to choose, that people should be given the right to exercise their vote secretly. Fortunately for Uganda, it has been a long history. There are countries, in order to exercise this secret ballot, they have a special room. They have a special room where you enter and vote when nobody is seeing you. In Uganda, we abolished those special rooms. We only create distance, that you vote when nobody is seeing, fold your box, put it in a transparent ballot box when everybody is seeing that you are voting, but without knowing whom you are voting for. So we shall combine that transparency, transparent ballot boxes, but create some bit of distance where somebody is free to exercise his or her right to vote without any due interference. In the process, I think Uganda is credited. We are supposed to do open counting. You count when everybody is listening. Moja, mbili, tatu, ine, tano, loudly. I think that's very progressive. It may have limitations, but the counting of the vote is done at the place of the vote when a number of stakeholders are still there. So we shall try to uphold that. And of course, pose one challenge to ensure that the transmission of votes or results from the polling station to wherever the results are supposed to go, this process is going to be as open as possible so that whoever is interested in following up the movement of the results and the vote from the point where it's cast to where it is supposed to end can do it without assuming that anything has been done on the way. Of course, in addition to those processes, we are proud of a robust judicial process. Of course, in an electoral process, you may not be able to satisfy everybody. And we are dealing with human beings who may be having their own challenges. So the framers of our laws put there a very good, robust judicial process so that those who may not be satisfied with the outcome of the elections are given an opportunity to appeal whatever decisions we shall have taken as an electoral commission. So to concretize all that, the issue of election observation, we take it extremely seriously as a commission. We value their contribution to the electoral process. The last election we had by election in Idokolo, we accredited everybody who wanted to observe. We accredited everybody who wanted to observe. I will not comment on what happened before, but it is our wish that all people who want to observe our elections are given the freedom to do so. Like enough, I'm the chair of the accreditation committee. If you don't have problems with the law, Yeah. If you don't have problem with the law, we shall have no reason for according you accreditation, because we value your contribution as observers in our electoral process. In fact, not only value as part of our roadmap, because we have come up with a roadmap, but we have also come up with a detailed roadmap for stakeholders. In fact, my colleagues, as we speak now, are discussing those roadmaps. We are going to meet all people we think are key actors in the electoral process, religious institutions, civil society, women groups, security forces, political parties. Observers, I think we are scheduled to meet them around March next year. Those will be within the country. And as elections draw nearer, we shall have constant meetings with observers. But there will be a formal meeting with observers, especially local observers, around March. But we are going to pull out, to display the entire roadmap of the key stakeholders, development partners, and so on, whom we shall meet as part of our preparation for 25-26 elections in Uganda. Now, what are the challenges? What are the challenges? Of course, when managing elections, the number of challenges which we may encounter. One, financial challenges. Electoral Commission, at least its activities per now, is 100% financed by Ugandan taxpayer. And we know the limitations of our country as far as financial issues are concerned, though we want to put their resources to maximum use. So in the process, at times the budget may not be good enough to do some of our activities. Electoral Commission together with Human Rights Commission, we are supposed to do both civic and voter education, but the budget we have been receiving for those activities are extremely limited, and the public out there constantly tells us you are not doing enough when it comes to both civic and voter education. So that is one limitation, which is a result of limitations as far as funding is concerned. Not only that, at times, limited funds create a lot of logistical problems. For example, we have islands. Buvuma Island, which I'm also responsible for, has 52 islands spread all over. In fact, 4 of them were merged, including an interesting one called Addis Ababa. Yeah, we had an island. We have an island in Uganda called Addis Ababa. Those from Ethiopia, you are welcome to visit the Addis Ababa of Uganda. So some of them were submerged, but Kalangala has over 68 small islands. The law requires we must take the voting material to those islands, irrespective of how remote they may be. It may cause some logistical challenges, but we are trying to be up the task to ensure that our voters vote at the right time they are supposed to vote, irrespective of where they will be. Of course, it has already been talked about, commercialization of elections. Probably intellectuals should do a thorough analysis. I know Henry has done a lot on this one, commercialization of elections. Is it because people are losing trust in the state, so they don't value state institutions and structures, or what's the problem? But the worrying part of commercialization of elections is a culture which is emerging amongst us old people. Good enough on the positive. Somebody referred to Afrobarometer research, and on the positive, that report says Ugandans of all types of governments, Ugandans think democracy is the best government. I think they were second in Africa. Of all types of governments, Ugandans think democracy is the best form of government, in spite of the challenges they are facing in the democratic process. And the culture of democracy is evolving at all levels. On the positive side, of course, when we are students, those days, schools used to choose prefects. The teachers would decide who is the head boy, who is the head girl, who is the health prefect, and so on. Nowadays, up to nursery level, a culture is emerging that children are given an opportunity to choose their leaders at school. That is positive. That is positive. The only bad thing with it, we parents, we give them sweets to go and distribute. So you want to become a prefect, then you give your child sweets to distribute. How is this child going to grow? He knows elections are for sale. Elections are for sale. If a nursery kid of 3 years knows that to elect somebody, there should be an exchange of sweets, then when it comes at the national level, things are likely to be worse. Of course, I'm sorry to mention at the national level, as colleagues from Kenya have said, that amount of money in Uganda, you need a minimum of 500,000 Uganda shillings. Some spend up to 1.5. And it's interesting, now a number of them don't even go through. At the lowest level, LC1, men, I've not heard of women, men even sell their houses, mortgage their houses. I've not heard of woman mortgaging a house to be elected. So if there's one, you excuse me. But men are mortgaging their matrimonial homes without the knowledge of their wives to stand for elective positions. So commercialization of elections is a big issue in our country, and it's distorting democratic outcomes. I hope things will be done. Of course, in addition to that, there is issue of public trust in election management body. At Electoral Commission, we are trying to do an understanding. At times you do things and you think you are doing within the law. You are trying to be as transparent as possible. But still, somebody will not trust you. What is the cause of this mistrust? In one of the engagement, I think like this one of the participants openly said, no, last election, 2021, I observed an incident at one of the polling stations in Kampala. By midday, the ballot box was full. And then he reported to police. Police did nothing. So because I was not there, I said, these are factual issues, I cannot respond, but let me check. When I checked on the results of that polling station, the voter turn-up was 45%, and the incumbent lost at that polling station. So who was doing the ballot stuffing? Or is this misinformation? Because theoretically, if there was ballot stuffing, the voter turn-up should have been around 100%. And theoretically, those accused of stuffing the ballot should have won. But a situation where you allege there is ballot stuffing, by midday, you inform the police, and police did nothing. Also, the reason police did nothing is because they knew you are circulating false information. In fact, they should have arrested you. But as I said, issues of public trust. Issues of public trust. However transparent you may try to be, there will be people out there who may not trust the institution. And that's also linked to one important aspect, the culture of accepting defeat. The culture of accepting defeat is a part of the democratic process, because in any process there should be a winner and a loser. If you have spent a lot of money in electoral process and you lose, the scapegoat will always be the election management body. I've lost because these people did not do their job. So, but having said that, as at a policy level, we are trying to understand the causes of public trust in election management body, and we shall try to act on why some people may not have trust in the election managing body. Two other things I may mention before I end my presentation. The other challenge is failure by the political elite to agree on the rules of the game. Apparently, election management bodies are supposed to implement the rules of the game. And the people to agree on those rules of the game are the political elite. You may give a few guidelines here, but it is entirely the political elite which must agree the way they should do their democracy. After agreeing on the way they should do their democracy, then the electoral management body is supposed to implement those rules. In several African countries, the political elite has not agreed on the rules of the game. They don't have a common understanding how electoral laws should function. So it's upon the political elite to agree that this is our country, this is our continent, and this is how our elections ought to be done. And then the election management body ought to do the needful. Two other things. One, voter apathy. Increasingly, the world over, apart from countries where voting is mandatory, there are countries where it is a crime not to vote. 90% of the countries in the world, voting is not mandatory, but you look all over the world, the voter turn-up is increasingly going down. Uganda, the last elections, it was around 58. South Africa, the last election, in an exercise which was beautifully done. I was there, I witnessed, and the exercise was beautifully done. And even for them, one lesson we may not copy from South Africa, we might you cannot understand the concept of swing states. You cannot understand the concept of swing states without understanding the history of United States. Also, even understanding the impact of 1963 Civil War on American democratic practices. So as we want to universalize democratic practice, we know that all over the world, the history of a continent, the history of a country, and the socio-economic condition of that country may bring in some variations in the way certain things are done. I was in South Africa, as I said. There are things I saw, but which may have been slightly different from Uganda. But I had to look at the history of South Africa. And then so South Africa, because of the history it has gone through, is bound to evolve some practices which may be different from Uganda, which may have not gone through similar history. So as we discuss our democracy, elections, universal standards, we should know that a country's democratic practice is informed by history, socio-economic conditions. Thirdly, democracy as a culture. For you to be democratic, especially at the point of democratic maturity, you should have developed a culture, developing ethos of doing certain ways in certain forms. For all of you, especially those who did sociology, you know culture do not emerge in one day. Cultures emerge over a period of time, and cultures take a lot of time to be internalized by people that this is what we should do. We used to study or to teach, again, British democracy. No written constitution, but every British, is it 4 years? Yeah. There should be an election. I don't think it's written anywhere, but in their culture, they know. So democracy as a culture may need certain times to understand or to ensure that democratic ethos are inculcated in the minds of the people. So, of course, there's always a debate on procedure versus substantive democracy, that nowadays we emphasize too much on procedural democracy at the expense of substantive democracy. In fact, one of my best scholars, Robert Dahl, even made a distinction that this thing we call democracy is not called democracy. He gave it another name, polyarchy. That what is practiced in the West is not democracy, but polyarchy. So he had his own understanding of democracy. My view, both as an academic and practitioner, there should be no distinction between procedural and substantive democracy. The two are linked. Let the procedures be perfect, transparent, and as election monitoring management bodies, we shall try to ensure that the procedures are as transparent as possible. And for those who are elected out of a transparent process, it is their responsibility that the people are given their rights, that the people access services, that the people enjoy the benefit of their democracy. So that democracy is not just an activity of voting, but people should know that at the end of democracy, service delivery will be better, substantive democracy. So there's no distinction between procedure and substantive democracy. We shall do the procedure in the right way and leave the elected leaders to ensure that the citizens enjoy the benefits of the democratic processes. In conclusion, therefore, as election management body of Uganda, as we move towards 2026, we promise the people of Uganda, we promise the people of Africa. Should we promise the entire world? Or we can stop at Africa to begin with. Yeah, because the reason I promised the whole of Africa, at times I define myself, and a number of Ugandans we prefer, saying, what's your country? My country is Africa. I come from a country called Africa in a village called Uganda. So we think Uganda is a village in a country called Africa. So Uganda, we really cherish the spirit of Pan-Africanism. So we believe we are one people, and we believe we have a common destiny. So we promise the people in the village called Uganda and the country called Africa, that as we move towards 2026, we shall ensure that all our political processes are as transparent as possible. We shall accord all stakeholders to audit us, to ensure that come 2026, the outcome of those elections reflect the will of the people of Uganda. With that, let me take an honor to declare this workshop open. Asante sana, merci mingi, mwebale nnyo. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. A round of applause again, just to appreciate the Commissioner. He's gone through his process slowly, but in a manner that he made his point very, very clear as an academic and as a practitioner. And I think, Henry, the call is now on you in terms of trying to see whether we can be able to have a session with them, because there's something that he said that I don't want to speak about that here. Maybe we can speak about that in that closet, because I think those are some of the issues that we want to discuss. And I think we appreciate the fact that as the Election Commission, they have given a very clear journey in terms of how we can be able to interrogate the process as they move towards the elections that they are going to conduct in 2026. And when you listen to the Commissioner and many of the EMBs, and when they have brilliant individuals like the Commissioner here, you see a lot of hope. that we can actually be able to have very good elections, given, of course, the context that is talked about in terms of the 4 parameters that we must also survey our elections with. And the hope is that the collaborations, and this is actually the spirit of AFIONET, is the idea of having these local conversations. Commissioner, these are domestic observers. They live in their countries. They understand these issues. So I think those conversations, when you open the doors for them, then we can be able to actually deliver for our people and deliver for ourselves and the African country, as you've called it. Before I give us the way next steps, because of the time, if you look at your time, I think we'll have to change a few things. Let me first appreciate a number of people who've come in as we were having our conversation. First, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of the ruling party in Uganda, Dr. Odoi Tanga. I understand he's in the house. Thank you very much. I also want to recognize my brother, Chief Samson Itodo from Yaga. Where is he? I've not seen him from morning. Oh, well, he's there. There he is. I've also seen our colleague, one of the founding minds of AFIONET, Crispy Kaheru. I saw him come in at some point. Then you also have Dr. Sabiti Makara from Kabale University. Is he in the room? Well, let's appreciate him nonetheless. Yeah. And then you also have Professor Patrick Ukase, who will be in one of our panels from the Prince Abubakar Audu University of Nigeria. Is here? There he is. Thank you very much. So they've joined us as we were having the conversations. Please feel very welcome to the engagements. Now, the next session was supposed to be the session number 1. I'll do 2 things. I'll take you very quickly an overview of the program, but then I'm also going to propose, based on our few consultations we have had on the side, that we will first have the group photo and tea break, and then once that is over, within 30 minutes, we come back for that opening session, which is going to be the session number 1. So there are 8 sessions in total for this particular workshop. The first session, which is breaking the ground, regional perspectives, and this session will be chaired by Crispin Kaheru, is the one which will happen after the tea break. We have a second session, which is going to be on transparency in campaign finance and its impact on electoral integrity. It's written as session number 3, but that's just a typo. It should be session number 2. It will be led by Emmanuel Kitamirike. And then we shall have another session which will be held hopefully today, if we manage time. Session 3, regulating political finance, donations, and electoral integrity. And this one will be chaired by Felix Kafuma from ACFIM. Tomorrow we shall have 3 sessions. So we'll have a session on regional collaboration led by Robina Namsisi. Session 5, implementing monitoring, election observation recommendations, which will be led by Marcus Agenga. And then we'll have a final session where we shall have empowering citizen observers in defending and protecting electoral integrity. This session we shall be chaired by James Lahai. And then on the last day, we'll have that's just one session, 2 sessions basically. One on artificial intelligence and the integrity of African elections, and this will be chaired by Taona Mwanyisa. Oh, you call yourself senior. I never saw that. Senior. Oh, he says it's because of the white hair. Okay. I think I need to call myself something too then, in that regard. And then we shall have the last session where we'll be having a discussion on the draft summit outcome document, a communique, and that will be the last session of the day. After that, then we'll have an afternoon. Maybe that is the afternoon that Henry will be dancing with in terms of whether we can be able to visit the commissioner. You can see the profiles of all the speakers inside your programs. So you can go through them. They have bios. You'll get to know much more about them. So without wasting any further time, I pray we break for tea now. But before the tea, we have a photo session. Felix, I hope I'm going to be guided as far as the photo session is concerned. So you can guide the audience in terms of where we're going to take the photo, And then after that, we go for tea. 30 minutes, we should be back. What's the time now? So it's 11:30, so 12, we are back in the room so that you can be able to have the session that we talked about. So Felix will give you the guidance in terms of where the photo will be taken and where the tea shall be at.
Just outside. Okay, thank you so much. Once again, good morning. We shall have a photo from when you move out on the left, just behind. The door is going to be open. We can use it to access the left side of the venue. But on the left there, that's why we shall organize for the photo shoot. But also the tea break is served. That's same arena. So thank you so much.
Check. Because this guy is not moving. Hello, please, let's move outside. Let's save some time. We'll catch up over tea. Let's catch up over tea, please. You need to start moving them.
Can we please move? Can we please move?
I'm sending a link to her.
Sound check. Sound check 1 and 2, 2, 2. Sound check 1 and 2, 2, 2. Testing 1 and 2. Check 1 and 2. Check. Check 1 and 2. Check 1 and 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Check 1 and 2. 2, 2. Check 1 and 2. Testing 1 and 2.
link needs to be shared out for the virtual
Okay.
engagements. So I don't know who, maybe Felix can be able to share. I've shared with a number of participants. I don't know if they can screen it.
Okay, colleagues, welcome back. Because of time, we have to start our first session, which will be on regional perspectives on the state of electoral democracy in Africa. Okay. Allow me to call the session chair of session 1, Commissioner Crispin Kairu. He's a commissioner of the Uganda Human Rights Commission. He's also an election expert and also one of the founders of FIONET. So over to you, Commissioner. A round of applause for him.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Is it morning or is it already afternoon? I might be here telling lies. And indeed, I am telling lies. Misinformation and disinformation. It's one of the things we are here to deal with. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will stand on the existing protocol. But to be more social, I'll say relatives, friends, and in-laws. Because I believe that all of you here are my relatives, you're my friends, you're my in-laws. And indeed, it's true. So we're going in for the first session. And this session is going to be run in a panel format. So we'll have about 5 panelists, and you'll soon understand why I'm saying about. It's not because there is half a human being, but it's because I'm not sure whether we have the full panel. In this panel, we'll be looking at majorly the African or regional perspectives on the state of electoral integrity. And allow me, without taking a lot of time, because I've seen this panel has been given a very short time. We have 5 panelists, and we should be done with giving an overview about the theme in 50 minutes. So that means each person takes about 10 minutes. And that also includes this time that I have already used. So now we are on a reducing trend of those 10 minutes. So by the time I finish making this introduction, I might give each panelist 1 minute. But that said, This panel is comprised of eminent people. And I will not introduce them individually because they're all important people. They are doctors, they are presidents. Yes, I'm serious. So in this panel, we have the executive director of the Zimbabwe Election Support Network, who we fondly call Mama Africa, and that is Rindai Chifunde Vava. Please come and take your seat. I think Mama Africa deserves a heavier round of applause. That round of applause can only stop when she has taken her seat. So that will prompt her to also take her seat as quickly as possible. So the second panelist is Dr. Sarah Virete, from the chairperson of GenDem and IHON. I don't know if she's Mama Uganda, but Sarah, please take your seat. The third panelist is Dr. Kojo Asante, the Director of Advocacy and Policy Engagement, CDD, Ghana. Those of us who have engaged with CDD Ghana and Ghana in terms of elections, indeed, Kojo qualifies to be Tata Ghana. You know, please. Papa Ghana. Or Oga at the top. The next panelist is Nafa Haji. Now, I told you this panel has presidents. And is the president of Morakibon. I hope I've got it correct. A round of applause for the president. And our last panelist, who I'm not sure if he's around, is Special Valeri. Oh, you're around. Good to see you. So somebody had misinformed me earlier on. So now my panel is complete. And it's going to take this format. I'm going to give 3 to 5 minutes for each of the panelists to make an introduction and give us an overall understanding of the unique challenges and the opportunities that Africa is facing with regard to electoral integrity. And this is solely based on the election integrity report, the most recent one, which is 2023, which highlights various nuances on the African continent, both challenges and opportunities. So I want to begin with Mama Africa, to invite her here. She has a short presentation of between 3 to 5 minutes, and I'll be very strict on time to give that short overview, and then we will proceed with the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. I'm back on the panel. I'll be very fast in view of the time. So you'll be following my presentation. I've done the PowerPoint. And in terms of the definition of electoral integrity, we're saying that there is no single universal definition of the term electoral integrity. The acceptable one is that posted by Kofi Annan Foundation, that any election that is based on the democratic principles of universal suffrage and political equality as reflected in international standards and agreements, and is professional, impartial, transparent in its preparation and administration throughout the electoral cycle. So in terms of the electoral cycle, when we look at electoral integrity, those are the key issues. I'll start there with the electoral laws. That's where we start. Then you go also to electoral procedures. If the elections or administration is in conformity with those electoral procedures. Then boundaries, how they're being drawn, if it meets international standards. Voter registration, it also meets international acceptable principles. Party and candidate registration, if it is accessible, open and fair to all candidates. Then the biggest issues there are campaign, media and campaign finance about equity, and also in terms of media coverage to all candidates and contesting political parties. The voting process, how open it is. The same applies for vote count and the results management. Those are the key issues when it comes to integrity. So you realize that when it comes to challenges, they're usually deliberate manipulations, which are not only the source of electoral integrity, but in some cases, it's also due to understaffing, lack of resources, and the incompetence or negligence on the part of the EMBs. The common types of integrity issues from the report which was highlighted, done by the Intergrity project, you find that a summary is there. Electoral violence and intimidation in terms of pre, during, and post-election. There is also low voter turnout as indicated by the commissioner from Uganda. This is a problem now, low turnout in most of the elections in different countries. Barriers to voting, then also drafting or modification of electoral laws, sometimes on the eve of the election. You find that laws are amended, then they won't be implemented on time. There is also gerrymandering, where district boundaries, when boundary limitation is being done, there is manipulation of boundaries. Then the COVID-19 pandemic caused the havoc in terms of electoral integrity. Elections were postponed, and in some cases, the cost of conducting elections was very high. So it affected the integrity issues. Then the other common issues are to do with the use of artificial intelligence. Now, it's a big issue. The internet throttling, we have seen in most countries on election day, there is no internet. It becomes very difficult for transmission of results. Then cybersecurity, in terms of information, it's a major recent issue, which was not there before, but now hacking of election results, hacking of voter registers. There is also the campaign media regulations, which might give unfair edge to some parties over others, and that the rules of campaign finance may be inadequate to guarantee a level playing field. This is one area where most countries find that they don't have laws in place. If they are there, they're also limited to some extent. Then there is also the issue of limited transparency in election administration, limited adherence to open data principles. There's the risk of limited engagement of stakeholders by EMBs, inadequate civic and voter education, fake news, underrepresentation of women and minorities, and also the cumbersome observer accreditation process. These are the key challenges. So in terms of the report, which was produced by the Electoral Integrity Project, globally, just to give the context, it remains high electoral integrity in the Nordic countries, Denmark, Sweden, and Finland. And it was also noted that economic development sometimes leads also to deliverance of high quality elections. But so far, among the lower income countries in Africa, Cape Verde is the highest in terms of electoral integrity, it's number one. Then electoral finance remains the weakest area globally in terms of the electoral cycle. Vote counting and electoral procedures are the strongest in the electoral cycle in terms of adherence. Most countries have done very well. In the US, it has been also ranked the lowest in terms of the liberal democracy, and most of the weak areas in the US as compared to other countries are boundaries, electoral boundaries, results, campaign finance, and voter registration. And I realized that the study also linked that there is a positive relationship between liberal democracy and elections, and also economic development and elections. So when you look at the report again, it highlighted, and for my interest, I looked at Southern Africa. There were peaceful elections in some countries, though we realized also controversy surrounding the drawing of boundaries. They were delaying in some countries in the opening of polling stations. Then the cumbersome observer accreditation process is a problem. Let me commend South Africa. We applied online for the accreditation, and it was done online. There were no hiccups. It was smooth. It really assisted in terms of enhancing the accreditation of observers. This is the global map in terms of electoral integrity. The color below, which is more like orange, red, is the lowest. It means you score 11 and below. The orange one is in between, it's like 50. Then the green one is the highest, 89 and above. So if you look for Southern Africa, most of our countries there in green is South Africa, is Namibia, to some extent is Botswana. Then we do have those in red in Southern Africa, Zimbabwe and Madagascar. Then we also do have those in the middle in terms of orange. And I think then West Africa, if you look at it, you've got green, I think it's what, Ghana? Yeah, and at the other corner, is it Senegal? And Cape Verde, also it's among some of the countries which are fairly doing very well. Those in gray, there are no elections in most of those countries. There's war, no, there is war. The big part, I think, is China. Then we do have some parts of Africa there. Libya, yeah, because of the conflicts we know. Then globally, as you can see, also there is the bigger Russia over there on top. So this is the recent outlook in terms of electoral integrity. The common types of integrity issues, we mentioned some, but patronal politics in relation to campaign financing. There are difficulties in regulating campaign finance. Sometimes this function is not with the Electoral Commission, like what we have seen in different countries. There is a register of political parties. So the AMB might not have a say in as far as regulation is concerned, but ultimately it affects how elections are done, and it also affects electoral integrity. Then also sometimes you realize that there is no enforceability in terms of the application of the political finance. And also media campaign. In most elections in Africa, it has been noted unbalanced media coverage in most of the elections. I think for the half of the elections I've observed, this features everywhere in almost every observer report, media coverage. It's a biggest problem. We find that there is skewed or usually advantage of the incumbents, and also when it comes to media coverage, usually it's the ruling parties which are always covered because they also do their job. They don't stop with ministers when it comes to election time. So they also get more coverage along the way. And ultimately, when you compare, you find that when it comes to public media, more coverage is for the incumbents. Then in other countries, the private media covers the opposition, and sometimes leading to polarization. So it's one of the biggest issues also affecting electoral integrity. And also electoral administration. This is another issue, limited independence and the structural capacity limitations within the electoral management bodies. Then I mentioned the issue of late opening of material, polling stations, sometimes shortages of materials and missing materials. Then the opaque counting and results management processes makes it very difficult and close the processes affecting electoral integrity. In Southern Africa, we also see the issue of revolutionary liberation struggle political parties. They seem to continue perpetuating ideological hegemony and they stay in power. I mentioned the issue of the incumbents. And so it affects also issues to do with electoral integrity when it comes to acceptance and giving access to contesting political parties in the opposition. Let me sum up. I'm already getting a red card. So what is needed, I think what needs to be done, it's also that it's a process which doesn't just happen on election day. There is need also, I borrow much and I learned a lot from South Africa. They set a very good project in terms of combating disinformation, where they were working with social media companies like Google, Meta, TikTok, and local the NGO Media Monitoring Africa. It is important where you put also media guidelines and principles so that it can also mitigate in terms of media coverage. Observe accreditation process need to be less cumbersome and less costly. The EMB needs to facilitate long-term observation also. There is need for comprehensive voter education materials. Political party code of conduct need to have teeth, sanctions to be enforceable. Campaign finance laws should also be enacted where they are missing and enforced once enacted into law. The issue of fair and balanced media coverage is essential. And also the electoral system, you should also ensure marginalized groups' participation in electoral processes, like quotas we see for women, the youth, and other marginalized groups. Then the strengthening of EMBs is critical. And lastly, multi-stakeholder engagements. This is very important. I've seen it in Ethiopia. It's an example which I always give. They engage almost at every stage of the electoral process in terms of the stakeholders, what is happening. So that way it builds the trust among the EMBs. And that's, in short, what I can talk about it for now in terms of the overview. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rindai. I think that was quick and it came in handy just to give us a quick overview of your reading of where Africa is in terms of electoral integrity. Now, I will invite each of my panelists to give us a 3 to 4 minute opening remark, opening statement, just to, from your lenses, from your view of things, where is the region in terms of electoral integrity? So let me begin right from here. Special. What's the pronunciation of the name? Special. Special. So let's give a chance to Special to make his opening statement. You can sit or you can feel free to use the podium. I mean, whichever you're comfortable with. The microphone. We have microphones. You can use this. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. As he said, I'm Special Valère Afa. I'm from Cameroon. I'm a permanent secretary of Francophone Election Observer Network, called in French ROEF, Réseau des Observateurs Électoraux Francophones. In prelude of the celebration of the International Day of Democracy, the ROEF, as platform for cooperation and coordination, is very pleased to take part in this summit to review the state of democracy in Africa. As you know, we are invited there by AFUNET, and first of all, we want to express the thank of on behalf of ROEF. My friendship and my hard regard go to my co-panelists because we start with this first session, and I think there is unacknowledged stake of the part of AFUNET to put on our responsibility the opening of such of a summit that we have there. So let us know that the success of this summit will depend entirely on the quality of our introduction session. However, I'm not worried because already, as you observe, the first panel reflects the reality of the desired integrity through the balance of men and women, the balance of young people, and not young people, I don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, the participation of ROEF in this summit is in some way a challenge to talk about the action of ROEF to save electoral integrity in French-speaking Africa in front of predominantly English-speaking audience, even though our working language is French. So, please allow me to do like this. Go to French, go from French to English, and from English to French. What is the ROEF? ROEF is an idea, an initiative of civil society organization of African area who want to build the democracy and to, how can I say it? To follow the work of OEF in the democracy, electoral democracy. We have many missions. First of all, contribute to the credibility of the election, ensure the representation of the civil society organization in any summit or consultation like this. Then, for us, we have two main action or strategy to build or to contribute to the integrity, electoral integrity, sorry. First of all, we have to observe the values, like we call in French, les valeurs médiatrices de la démocratie. And we know there are participation, there are authorization, like accreditation, you know, and transparency. Et pour que cela soit opérationnel, le ROEF a déployé un ensemble de missions pour observer ces différents indicateurs et valeurs lors des processus électoraux. Ces processus électoraux, pour ceux que nous avons déjà couverts, il y a le Tchad récemment, il y a Madagascar, il y a le Sénégal et il y a le Rwanda tout récemment. Et ce que nous avons observé,
it is at the moderator's discretion to check if we have translation services for the benefit of everybody else apart from me. Because me, I'm following very clearly, but I'm worried about the rest of you. We do? We don't have translation services. Okay.
I try to speak English.
Thank you.
French and English.
No problem.
Okay.
As we also summarize, because our time has run out.
Yes. Donc, comme je vous ai dit, nous avons effectué ces missions d'observation électorale et ce que nous avons justement observé, c'est qu'il y a des réels problèmes comme la carte qu'on a présentée tout à l'heure sur l'intégrité. L'approche donc du ROEF se résume en deux actions pour ne pas parler de trois. Parce que la crédibilité ou assurer la crédibilité, c'est ce que font déjà la plupart des organisations de la société civile qui font dans l'observation des élections. Mais nous avons deux approches majeures. D'abord, ce que nous appelons la réactivité. Et la réactivité ici, c'est de ne pas attendre que la commission électorale nous donne les idées pour pouvoir inciter les réformes électorales, mais à travers des mécanismes de plaidoyer, et c'est ce que nous faisons à travers nos organisations de la société civile membres. Nous incitons les réformes avec des plaidoyers, avec des propositions qu'on agresse, et aujourd'hui même, comme vous le savez, le Sénégal est sur la voie de mettre sur pied un organisme indépendant de gestion des élections, parce que jusqu'alors, c'était uniquement géré par le ministère de l'Intérieur, à travers sa direction générale des élections. La deuxième approche, c'est la solidarité, et elle participe ici justement au partage de connaissances, de compétences. Donc, pour nous résumer, l'EuroF est une plateforme de coordination et de coopération entre les organisations de la société civile, de l'espace francophone, que ce soit africain, que ce soit européen. Et comme nous parlons uniquement de l'Afrique aujourd'hui, il est question d'inciter tous les partenariats possibles pour pouvoir couvrir la plus grande région qui est l'Afrique et qui compte pratiquement 32 pays membres de l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie. So, thank you to give me the floor, and I hope that in the discussion we are going more in the topic. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, mon ami spécial. For the benefit of the rest of you, can I try translating? Everything that he said was right on the theme that we are handling and was well represented, and it is in line with the Francophone region. That is the brief of it. So let's proceed. So ladies and gentlemen, please, for the rest of the panelists, feel free to use the microphones on your tables. They are functional, they're working. And I'm going to invite Nafa Haji. You have a presentation? Okay. 3 to 5 minutes, as usual, and then we'll proceed.
So you can follow me with the presentation. Is not ready?
Is somebody loading the presentation? Okay.
So from the previous slides, the first slides, please, the first slides. Okay. So my presentation is entitled As You Belong, Strengthening Electoral Transparency, Public Oversight and Collaborative Reforms in the name or the title of the summit. I will speak about the emerging threats and trends in the pre-election environment and with an outlook in Tunisian experience. So the pre-electoral environment can be conceptualized as a matrix, a set of factors of direct and indirect interaction related to election, upon which threat to electoral integrity depends. So let's agree on the phases. The next slides, please. Why the political, let's agree on the phase, the political framework, electoral, legal framework, planning and implementation, training, information and awareness, voter registration, candidacy. So first, let's answer the question why the political framework is so important. Because it refers to the political system, first, whether it is democratic, in democratic transition, or authoritarian. Second, the political framework established the source of legislation, including that related to election, by whom or there is a separation of power or now in this country. Third, systemic and indirect influence, wide legal framework, electoral framework. For that, it required to emphasize the wide legal framework. Why the broader legal framework is so important also? Because we didn't have a democracy or electoral transparency without freedom of opinion and expression, without freedom of assembly and association, without the right to participate in the public affair, without with a law enforcement and sanction mechanism, with laws governing political party. So this lead us to speak or to show you the Tunisian case or the Tunisian experience. Now in Tunisia, main threats emanate for the political and legal framework. So in Tunisia, experience this 2 years, the President of Republic have announced the unilateral declaration, a unilateral roadmap for the country. The suspension of the work of Assembly of People, the promulgation of Decree number 117 dated September 22, 222, concerning exception measure which represent a disguised provisional organization of public power and annulment of the Constitution of 2014. We have 2 or 3 constitution, 2011 or 2014, 2022, a variety of constitution in my country. And I think also it's important to consider the wide legal framework. The dissolution of Superior Council of the Judiciary, the attempt by the President of the Republic to amend the NGO and the association, the dissolution of the High Commission of Electoral Body, and many other amendment of or electoral delimitation using territory-based technique, deprivation of individual with double nationality, lack of measure ensuring the representation of women and youth, elimination of public financing for the party, and the law attack in NGOs. So what we can do in this situation or this wide framework, it threats democracy, it threats election in our country. We suggest some action because this procedure or this law led by the government and the power in Tunisia established an electoral system that limits political and partisan action, a restrictive general and electoral legal framework, and a tense climate. And we cannot imagine the tense climate in Tunisia now. Integration of electoral process into the political process, it's very chevauché. Ambiguity in the process of the rules of candidacy, establishing a new procedure without reasonable notice and complicating the candidacy process, unequal opportunity for all potential candidates, involvement of the law enforcement and judicial system in the period of collecting endorsement and accepting candidacy. So I have a small comparison between the election of 2014, 2019. We have 27 candidates, then 26 candidates, and this current election we have just 3 candidates, and one is in the jail now, in the prison now, because of the procedure of this system, of this legal framework, of this political framework, this environment, this political environment in Tunisia. So we can plan some action, a wide mobilization by civil society to protect civic space and to anticipate any initiative that threaten freedom of association and freedom of expression. And we can mention you that Murakibun since 29 July have submitted 1,220 accreditation, and till now we have no response from the High Commission of Electoral for the president. And establishment of collaborative group of specialized NGO, each focusing on observing a phase of the electoral cycle to provide an assessment of the integrity of the entire electoral process. We can work together. In Tunisia, we have a collaborative group, 6 associations, and each association is specialized in a theme of the election. One of the for youth empowerment, or for the women, one for the PVT as Murakibun, one for the handicaps also. And then ensure continuous legal analysis of the electoral environment from the initiation of the electoral process until the proclamation of final results. To sum up, it is worth noting that the environment of the pre-election phases is a crucial element in the electoral process that paves the way toward ensuring fairness and transparency. Nothing is taken for granted as a democracy is concerned. Nothing is granted. The situation in Tunisia now is retreat to before the Arab Revolution. Now Tunisia is in political situation, is retreat to dictatorship. The past should be passed professionally and carefully as we work together to generate feasible solution for democratic renewal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just remembered a small saying that the world will always order itself according to necessity. So we planned a panel. We've had very in-depth statements so far, which is all good or even much better. So a round of applause to those people who have presented so far to encourage the other ones. to present very precisely. Dr. Sarah Virete, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'll be very brief, and I want to build on the overview shared by Rindai. Say that meaningful democracy is not possible without credible elections. Genuine, free, inclusive, and transparent, credible, and periodic elections peacefully resolve struggles of power, provide for safe environment, and for expressing various political opinions and establish legitimacy of governments. We have challenges facing elections in our region, ranging from weak democratic institutions, weak civil society, weak political parties, restrictions on media and opposition, challenges of campaign financing, challenges of use of technology without a legal framework, increasing electoral violence in some of the countries in East and Horn of Africa. We have also challenges of incumbency, where we have long-serving incumbents who use state apparatus to keep power, and you can say this for Uganda, Rwanda, and other countries. We have challenges of transparency in election, in transmission, tabulation, and announcement of elections, where you almost don't find a basis for elections that are being announced, or whatever is being announced is shrouded in opaqueness, and citizens are unable to observe, verify, and follow what the EMBs are announcing. We also have challenges, as stated by other colleagues, of campaign financing in the region, Africa and beyond, because this is cross-cutting in the global north and the global south, as well as the influence of, politics of patronage, where a small group of elite have usurped the democratic rights of citizens and are not ceding space for citizens to freely participate and determine their leaders. These are some of the challenges that we should be able to address as a region if we are to improve the credibility and integrity of our electoral processes. These are my opening remarks, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. That was short and precise. And now let's hear from Dr. Kojo.
Yeah.
Your opening remarks, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief, but not as brief as Sarah, please. No, I think the earlier interventions have been very useful for me, because I was trying to understand what the question was for us on this panel. And I think my conclusion is that it's a definitional question. But it's a question that should really engage us throughout the summit, because it is going to determine how we intervene. Because when I was listening to Mr. David talk about, for him, election integrity was about good governance and a much broader concept of elections than just what Rindai described as the election cycle. And just listening to Nafa talk about the political environment as almost defining how the election cycle would unravel, and that if the political model or the political structure that you set up already is closed, then it's going to impact on the election cycle, So, and then Sarah already talking about the link between democracy and elections, and even though elections is not democracy, it is it's necessary for democracy to keep running. And I wanted to just share with you, at least from the West Africa perspective, The recent Afrobarometer highlights report, the African Insights, really, I think, puts this in perspective. If you look at the changes in preference for democracy over a 12-year period for a lot of the West African states, and you see a lot of the performance over that period for a number of countries. So if you take a lot of the countries that are in trouble, like Mali, we dropped 23% in terms of preference for democracy, Burkina 17% over the same time, Cote d'Ivoire 13%, Mauritius 15% drop, Guinea 10%, you know, and so on and so forth. So the support for democracy is waned in a number of West African countries over the same period. The same thing for rejection of military rule, which has softened. So generally across Africa, it's softened from about 76% rejection to 65%. Now, in places like Mali, it dropped as big as 40% over a 10-year period. Burkina Faso, 36%. Cote d'Ivoire, 27%. Cameroon, 20%. Ghana, 19%. Mauritius, 14%. Niger, 14%. So a lot of that is telling you that there's a lot of dissatisfaction. And one of the report also shows you what some of the drivers of this dissatisfaction is. So there are two factors, economic factors and political factors. So a lot of the economic factors has to do with government management of the economy, job creation, electricity management, so the supply of electricity, and then elections, whether elections are free or fair, then impunity, basically rule of law issues, equality before the law, whether big people get preference than, and so on. And if you take that measurement in terms of whether they are statistically significant for both dissatisfaction and then support for democracy, the one that is most consistent are the political factors, which is whether elections are free or fair or rule of law, which means that the problem is a governance problem for Africa. That if we're able to even govern well, for most of our people, even where we have economic problems, they probably are more willing to wait. So, and probably the governance problem is within our control. And that's where I think we should look at. So it's to make the point that in the definitional question of election integrity, it's not just the question of the cycle, the election cycle. We have to look beyond the election cycle to think about what we are doing in terms of good governance, but also what we are doing in terms of supplying the basic needs for our people. Democracy has to deliver. Otherwise, it would undermine democracy itself and undermine elections all the time. And if we don't fix those two, we'd always be having problem with elections.
A round of applause for Kojo. Thank you very much, and thank you, panelists, for your opening statements. I want to go back very briefly to Rindai. When you put up that global map of electoral integrity, I actually mistook it for a map showing weather patterns, because it was green up, and as you came down, it was orange, red, yellow, and so I want you to explain to us that discrepancy. Why the green up most of the parts? Of course, we have one long stretch of an orange somewhere, but most of it was green up and red, or turning to red coming down. I mean, the question is, even, and this is also reflected in, I think, the most the most recent electoral integrity report. When you take a quick look at the countries that were highlighted as being the top 5, they lie in a certain region. It's right here. So you see the green, green, green. Then when it comes to Africa, we are here. Aren't we from the African continent? Africa has certain unique colors which are very consistent. So, but as I was saying, it is also reinforced with the electoral integrity report, the most recent one. When you look at the countries that were called the top 5, they're in a certain region. And those at the bottom 5 are also in a certain region. And my question to you, Rindai, is so how can we utilize these regional collaborations to sort of address some of the challenges that we have highlighted that afflict our elections, but also how do we utilize the spaces that we have to respond to some of these issues that you have highlighted yourself, the issues of violence during elections, low voter turnout, use of money, the increasing use of technology, now the AI coming up and the suspicion around it. How do we utilize the networks that we have, the collaborations that we have, to sort of reform our elections practically?
Thank you very much for those comments. I think the answer lies in our hands. And in Africa, we got so many experts working for international organizations, for governance, for elections, and I think we can get the answers from those experts. When you look around also, some of the countries in green, some of them are represented in our room, they are in our midst. So I think what we need is to continue regional collaborations, exchanges, sharing of information, and also even peer learning. We can also even maybe under the African Union or regional REX, do have support for peer exchanges, technical support, where some members of the EMBs can go to a particular country to support countries having elections. I know South Africa have done that to DRC, the first election. They seconded staff. And I know Zambia right now it's borrowing from Malawi in terms of some of the electoral materials like the tents, the generators. So we can also encourage those kind of collaborations. The same applies also for us, civic society organizations. We can also learn from each other in terms of capacity building and also sharing information, but also even the so-called developed world. Because I've seen from the study, they say there is a linkage between economic development and the electoral integrity. And the same applies also for liberal democracy and elections. It speaks to what Kojo was saying. Where there is no economic development, it's very difficult to convince people to go and vote. Some people were even challenging us when we were doing voter education in Zimbabwe. Why do you expect us to go and vote on an empty stomach? And we don't even see any benefit after voting. Even some of the countries which have done well in terms of free and fair elections, when you look at economic development, there is no linkage whatsoever. So people are beginning to ask these questions, and I think there is need to link also some aspects of economic development with electoral democracy and electoral integrity. And I think we can also pick some of these issues and continue debating where we're coming from, but continue also this momentum of what we started. We should not end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rindai. Nafa, you make a very good point with regard to the political environment influencing the type of elections that we have, because elections are not held in a vacuum. And we've been at this coming together for a long time. I think one of the points I should make that today I am filled with a lot of happiness to see that AFIONET, the African Election Observers Network, is actually gaining its feet and it's beginning to walk. It's a form of collaboration. It's a form of coming together to address the challenges that we are talking about. But Nafa, Rindai has told you we need to come together, peer learning from one another. We've had these collaborations. What aren't we doing right? what can we do better to make sure that, yes, we see a turn of events to the positive, I mean.
I want to insist also in the point that the battle of the democracy and the election is not in the election day. Now we should be vigilant with political and legal framework. We should collaborate. We should share our experience. We should give us our local problem, our context to find promising results that that are feasible on the ground. The experience in Tunisia, the experience in Uganda, in Ghana, in Senegal, it's good to share with us and to find many solutions. And the main important is the networking, the sharing experience, and this one of the successful experience is AFUNED or WEF, and we dream that we have one power of the civil society, one organism that give us in Tunisia the power to speak, to cry, to protect us in Tunisia. Now we are threatened. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll quickly turn it over to Special. Special, you come from a region that has indeed been special lately, with a number of what has been called the unconstitutional change of government. And in fact, that part of the world has been given a name that I only got to know yesterday when I was reading a brief that Henry sent to me. The coup belt. The coup belt. I would want to hear from you, what do you think are the unique circumstances that you think have actually prompted that lessening trust in electoral processes and a growing belief that coups can actually replace elections? To hear from you.
Really, I want to speak in French because in French I can explain it very well. I don't know if there are...
And Dr. Kojo will help us translate.
Who can translate.
We have a translator, yes.
Okay.
So we have
it's a Cameroonian.
A domestic election translator, please.
La problématique des changements anticonstitutionnels.
The constitutional condition, the problematic of anti-constitutional change
revient toujours sur ce que dans certaines recherches que moi-même j'ai fait.
Always come on some research that I've made myself.
C'est l'impact de l'informel parce que le formel ou l'ordre constitutionnel établi est essoufflé.
Is the impact of informal, because the formal impact, the formal impact,
the formal order.
The formal order, thank you.
D'accord. Alors, j'essaie d'expliquer, excusez-moi, j'essaie d'expliquer en disant que à la question que le modérateur a posée.
I'm trying to say by the question that the moderator asked.
Aujourd'hui, nous avons ce qu'on appelle les changements anticonstitutionnels. Lorsqu'ils sont établis, il y a un nouvel ordre. Et dans ce nouvel ordre, on innove les règles, on établit de nouvelles règles et parfois ça vient changer l'ordre établi, notamment si on ne prend que le cas des élections. Et ça marque ce qu'on appelle le temps mort constitutionnel, où il y a un flou sur les règles ou les lois qui devraient constituer l'intégrité électorale ainsi que les institutions elles-mêmes.
Tu allais trop vite et c'est trop long. Donne-moi le temps d'interpréter. Okay, according to what he's saying, the main problem we are facing is that the laws that has been set on place at time has been changing according to the group of people changing the law on their behalf.
En d'autres termes, comment est-ce qu'on va évaluer l'intégrité à partir des règles qui changent continuellement?
In another way, how can we judge the law according to the rule that change every moment?
C'est pour dire que la question posée par le modérateur peut être retournée pour plutôt poser la question lorsque nous changeons, c'est-à-dire dans une période de transition, lorsque nous changeons un ordre vers où nous voulons aller et est-ce que nous allons encore reprendre les règles avant la période de transition ou alors est-ce que nous allons modifier totalement et c'est là où les acteurs de la société, j'ai envie de dire de la société civile, doivent jouer parce que c'est le seul moment où il n'y a pas un ordre qui est au-dessus d'un autre. C'est une sorte de feuille blanche où les acteurs, comme les organisations de la société civile que nous sommes, nous devons outiller aussi bien l'agenda institutionnel que l'agenda démocratique même des pays qui veulent rétablir ou alors quitter la phase de transition pour se remettre sur la route de l'intégrité électorale.
Those people, as they are not respecting the law because they are changing the law any moment. And I think that we can rely on people of society, civil society, who can help to guide the law because they are having like a white paper that does not change, that they may guide those laws that is unchangeable.
Donc, on prend le cas directement du Tchad récemment.
Let us take the direct case of the Tchad.
L'ordre qui est actuellement établi est censé être l'ordre normal.
The order that is there now is supposed to be a normal order.
Or, il y a les risques qu'il y ait une sorte de reproduction de certaines anomalies ou alors de certaines difficultés que rencontraient les processus électoraux avant dans ce nouvel ordre.
In this new order, we may find some gap that can bring us back to the old system. Meanwhile, the new system has been set into place.
Je m'adresse par exemple au Dr Simba en lui posant la question de savoir.
I address to Dr Simba by asking the question.
Est-ce que une commission électorale
commission
qui est établie pendant la période de transition,
that is established during the transition period,
est-ce que après la période de transition,
is it after the transition period,
elle doit encore être reconduite?
Must it be reconducted or
pour assurer le processus
to assure the further
de reconstruction
the process of
de l'intégrité électorale.
Of electoral integrity.
Quand on sait, ou alors lorsqu'on agresse un ensemble de problèmes comme ceux d'avoir refusé certaines accréditations à certaines organisations pour X ou X raisons.
As we are facing that they are refusing the accreditation for some organization for many reasons.
Donc pour moi, je pense que c'est sur ce terrain que les problématiques de perspective, parce que les changements anticonstitutionnels ne vont pas s'arrêter. Ils seront là parce que les États sont en pleine mutation et c'est un processus continu qu'il faut, au lieu de le craindre ou de voir le mauvais œil, de plutôt chercher des vecteurs de changement positifs pour améliorer nos systèmes d'intégrité électorale.
And I think that to ameliorate the integrity of the commission, electoral commission, we are not supposed to be afraid of what is happening. We just have to look into it and to see how to do with it and to bring the change in that other system.
Et je pense que c'est sur cette base que, avec cette plateforme de coopération, on peut penser à peut-être même, et je le dis peut-être comme ça, à un droit africain des élections.
And I was thinking that maybe it's on the same way that this summit, we can even think of a right of observer in doing elections.
Avec la collaboration de toutes les parties prenantes, de tous les acteurs qui interviennent dans les processus électoraux, ainsi que qui participent de la sauvegarde de l'intégrité.
With the collaboration of
électorale.
everybody that is working to the salvaguard of the integrity of elections.
Thank you. I'm told that I have abrogated the constitution of the time, and I have extended a lot of time to myself and the panel that I'm moderating. So I'll just have each of the panelists give us their parting remark. And from what I want us to really get to is what are those things we should do, or even not do, or do differently, to not to fall in the same traps that we have always fallen in with regard to electoral integrity. Dr. Kojo, I'll start with you and I'll come in this pattern.
I think maybe following my theme of thinking a bit more broadly, trying to deal with the root causes of our problem and not try and find a bucket to be scooping the water out of the flooded house, but find out where the water is coming in and stop it. We need to look at internal party organization. If we are talking about multi-party democracies, we cannot ignore parties. We have, I think maybe in the 2000s when we used to take interest in our party development, we've ignored parties for a long time. We are not even looking at what the parties are doing internally, how they are organizing their parties, and whether it is democratic. But there's no way you can build a democratic system if the parties are undemocratic. If the parties will steal, they will engage in corruption, they would beat each other up when they are doing their own internal party contests. What do you think they would do to their opponent when they are doing public elections? So we need to have Democrats that are coming out of the party system if we are going to actually build, Democrats when we are talking about the democracy that is going to be sustainable. So I think we need to go back to looking at party development. Otherwise, we'll keep having these choiceless democracies all across the place. And at the end point of it, we need to look at electoral adjudication and jurisprudence, which is also becoming a big problem. Because when parties begin to say we won't go to court, then we are actually really in trouble. So we need to see how our election adjudication process and jurisprudence is evolving. Our judges have to understand elections, adjudication, so that they can pronounce on the freedom and fairness of an election. Thank you.
Thank you. Rindai?
I agree with Kojo. The issue of political parties strengthening in terms of internal democracy, they should be exemplary. And that's where also we should see the improvement of campaign finances in terms of transparency. If political parties are open, transparent, I think that's where it starts. Once they are in government, they also do replicate the same thing in terms of the open processes and also openness and transparency. Secondly, EMB capacities needs to be continuous in terms of staffing and getting adequate funding on time. sometimes it comes a bit late, affecting electoral democracy. Thirdly, stakeholder engagements by EMBs is very important. It improves the trusts and confidence in terms of the elections. Then fourthly, inclusion. We should also make sure minorities, women, youth are included to share the political cake. That's where most of the problems emanate. Once parties are in power, they forget also the minorities. So inclusion should start in the elections, but also in public service. Then lastly, electoral justice. I agree with Gojo. The issues of electoral dispute resolution and electoral security, they are also important. Their impact on electoral integrity, especially when you look at the coup belt areas. Without electoral security, it's difficult to conduct elections and also to have electoral integrity.
Thank you. Sarah?
Well, in addition to what has been shared, I think we need to strengthen the electoral integrity norms framework. What are the principles that we all sign up to as EMBs, as observers, as political parties, and all stakeholders? Can we have, a commitment to the integrity norms as all actors across board, and then work to uphold those norms? We need to provide a standing platform for an expanded network of actors to promote and defend electoral integrity. For example, we have a shrinking space for election observers. In all countries where democracy is declining, Uganda inclusive, what we experienced in 2021 elections, you have observers doing their work, and in the course of their work, they are arrested. There is even no statement from Electoral Commission. There is no statement from police, no statement from political parties, and then the charges are dropped after 6 months. Nobody even knows what happened. And here we are organizing to observe another round of elections. Then what will happen to us? Who is accountable for that abuse by state agencies? We need to have a mechanism for addressing challenges of digital innovations in elections, especially as members of this group. We know the challenging terrain of AI in elections. Are we having cutting-edge research? Are we having mechanisms? Are we having procedural ways of countering misinformation and disinformation during elections? So if we as members gathered in this summit can achieve these minimum asks, we would contribute greatly to the integrity of elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Nafa, we'll hear from you.
Okay, thank you. I suggest to avoid mobilization in Africa with civil society, to be vigilant. And my dream is to set up or to inaugurate an African Academy for Democracy by Afionet, is my suggestion for Afionet this day. Also to create a participative process with influencers in the Africa, in the region, leaders, party, political, and between the association in this network is to be in fast interaction and solidarity.
Thank you. The special closing remarks.
Okay, as I open, so I think that
you close.
I have to close. Okay. Just one thing. I think that we need to improve the reactivity of the civil society organization in the respect of rules. But if you can propose, if you can build the rules, order, and you can reform or inside the reform of the electoral system, I think you can do. And there you have to go back with the great recommendation of like the voice of the civil society organization of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panel. Now, before I let the panel off the stage, You know, they say he who sets the rules enjoys them better. So I'm the moderator, and I'll use this opportunity to also make my parting short. Two things. First and foremost, I think all the issues that have been highlighted, I can summarize them generally into one issue, that there is a trust deficit when it comes to running and managing elections. And therefore, I think we need to address our minds to that. The public generally lacks that confidence in electoral processes in many of our jurisdictions, and we shouldn't be afraid to say so. And it's because of certain reasons. It's history. We come from a place where we've had elections that are fraught with irregularities, inefficiencies, where we have had coups in the past, although we're seeing them back again, where we've had authoritarian rule, where basically there was a saying that it's the person who counts the vote that determines. Now that one, I'm told it has changed. That it's not just a matter of who votes or who counts the vote, but it is about who announces the vote. Who is important. I don't know how far true that is. Dr. Simba in the Electoral Commission will tell us. So there's trust questions, and we should address our minds to that. And I think it's important for this summit to also pay attention to that. The second thing is, one of the issues that has caused, that has infected our elections has been the money, and Henry Muguzi talks about this very passionately. The money from illicit sources, money from corruption, drugs, and all this ending up in our electoral processes. I think it's a huge issue that we need to address our minds to. But increasingly, I want to invite this forum to also pay attention to the issue of bad characters ending up in politics as a way of cleansing themselves. Previously, we've had what Henry calls the money laundering. Bad money comes into politics so that it is sanitized and it becomes good money. But now I think we're having something that I would refer to as what? Political laundering. So individuals come into elections or run for elective offices. They have questionable backgrounds, and they use the political offices to cleanse themselves. Yeah? And ultimately, they become, people that you look at with a favorable eye. Why? Because they've cleansed themselves through the elective positions that they hold. So we need to also pay attention to that. So in as much as we have the money issue, let's also have a microscope looking at the individuals that actually join our politics. Because all this affects the integrity of the electoral processes that we run, the integrity of the governance systems that we hold. Lastly, as I tire the panel to sit up here, Henry asked me to remind this forum that I was part of the founders of AFIONET. And because of that reason, I should have a very heavy round of applause. And you don't know how excited I am today. It's 8 years since the idea of AFIONET showed up in a cafe in Brussels. When he asked me to do that, I went back to recall that meeting. It was in the evening on September the 16th, 2016, which is a few days from now to make exactly 8 years. So we are celebrating the 8th anniversary of AFIONET. But also as we celebrate the 8th anniversary, I checked, Henry sent me some notes from that meeting, which was really informal, and it was 8 people that convened. And at the 8th anniversary, I don't know whether all those people are in this room, but I think most of them are. And I am also glad to say that most of them have also, some of them have also moved on. We had the people from Malawi. Who was from Malawi? Steve Dua. And he became a commissioner at some point. Then we also had a Crispy Kaeru, who also became a commissioner at some point, and still is. We had our Reverend James Lahai. He's right here. He should stand up and you receive a round of applause. We had Mama Africa, Rindai. We had, who else? You save the best for last. Since you have already, we had Mule Musau. We had Lonyi Ruot from South Sudan. He's not in the room. And those, of course, you had Henry Muguzi, who should also stand up for recognition. And you also had, now the 8th person is the interesting one. Who is the 8th person? Because in the minutes that we recorded, the note to recognize the 8th person is, Henry, please identify the gentleman who came in last at the cafe. And I still have that in the minutes. I was reading it today. So we had an 8th person, who was a Nigerian, Mule says, who is certainly not with us because they would have identified themselves. So I am happy and grateful to see that what began as an idea has taken root and is now substantive and is beginning to walk on its feet. Congratulations to AFIONET, and thank you for the panel, and a round of applause for me and the panel.
Thank you very much for that particular session. Another round of applause for the entire team. They've done justice. That was our opening session for the day, and as you have seen, I think we're already pressed for time. We'll try to see how we can be able to manage the rest of the program. Shortly, we'll be breaking for lunch. We were trying to think about how many minutes you can be able to use for lunch, but because this is lunch, and lunch is one of those issues that you don't want to mess around with, I think we're saying that if you come back at 2:30, it's less than an hour, but if you come back at 2:30, that will be okay. I wanted to add one more thing. Just remembered when Crispy was talking about the political laundering, and then somebody sent me a text from Kenya saying, let him say bad manners. Political bad manners. That's supposed to be interrogated because we have a big problem as far as that is concerned. And then for an announcement, you've received your lunch coupons. Just in case somebody has not received theirs, there's an office just outside this door. They can be able to see, they can be attended at that corner. Lunch will be served. There's a restaurant which is just out here. Let's convene back at 2. We shall have, I know people have not spoken.
I know there's a lot of feedback we can be able to get from everybody here. Here we have very serious experts on some of those things. We'll try to squeeze in time in the afternoon to see whether we can be able to have a plenary session where we get feedback from all of you. So enjoy your lunch, bon appetit. We convene at 2:30.
You're most welcome.
Photos for so far that have been taken for the first part of the program, please scan the QR code that is on the screen. You'll have all the photos that have been taken so far. Thank you.
Yes, we will pay. Don't worry. That was great.
Staying behind.
Yes.
A bit of housekeeping. You can leave your things here, they will be safe. I'll personally stay behind.
How do we do this? I got to I know.
You have a QR, what scanner app? Download the QR.
You may not need the scanner.
Does your phone have a QR scanner? If you never bought it from China.
Probably not. Yes,
Yeah. Sure. I think you. You'll break down.
So can you, what is Angela left? She had a meeting, yeah? I am not so sure.
This space is available.
Yeah, this space is available. There are people who don't have where to sit.
Yes, we need the presentation.
Shift yourself. No, this space is available.
Okay. No, I'll organize myself. So in terms of, because I told them, and we agreed like a month ago. No, we can do that.
Those are on the outside. Okay, okay. We need to begin this afternoon session. Like I said in the morning, of course, we don't have enough time, but we'll try to manage. And if the proposal that we are having goes through, then we can actually end up having just one session for the afternoon. And then when we finish, we can be able to break for the day, because the first day is usually very loaded. And then we can pick it up moving forward tomorrow. So as Henry and the rest of the team from ACFIM organize in terms of facilitating to ensure that we have only one session, I'm going to call on the chair of the afternoon session. This is on session number 2, on transparency in campaign finance and its impact on electoral integrity. Emmanuel Kitamirike, the Associate Director, Public Policy Institute, to come so that I can be able to lead, to call out the rest of the panel members in that session, and then you can be able to pick it up from here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from lunch. I am honored and privileged to be moderating this session. And I will introduce the panel that we are going to have this afternoon. I will briefly speak about the modalities on how we are going to run through this particular session, and we'll get our way going. As introduced, my name is Emmanuel Kitamirike. I work at the Public Policy Institute. We're based at Makerere University, and our business is public policy research, analysis, and we also do some engagements. We've been engaged in election-related work, particularly from the research and analysis part of it. And our recent study was the cost of politics in Uganda, which I'll briefly talk about, because it gives us context into the conversation that we'll have this afternoon. But first, let me have the honor to welcome the speakers for this afternoon. And I'll begin with the one who doesn't need introduction, because it's the reason why we are here. His efforts of bringing us here is related to his passion around campaign financing. Ladies and gentlemen, our first panelist is a distinguished expert on democracy
and Elections in Africa. He heads the Alliance for Finance Monitoring, a Pan-African political finance watchdog that promotes I hadn't yet called you. I first need to. He's too eager. He doubles as the coordinator of AFONET. He specializes in transparency and accountability in political and electoral financing. And he's done some research work around what we are going to be talking about today, commercialization of politics. Sometimes he calls it dirty money in politics. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Henry Mogozi. Now you can come. Please. You're welcome, Henry. Our second speaker this afternoon is the Executive Director of Transparency International, Madagascar. Before this, she led TI, that is Transparency International's MG Democracy and Political Integrity Program, and was the editor-in-chief of Malina Network, a group of journalists specializing in corruption investigations. Miari actively contributes to initiatives promoting transparency in electoral campaigns and has launched the Hey Fidi tool. Oh, hopefully we'll have to learn about that to encourage responsible voting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Miorisoa Randripianina. I hope I've gotten that right. She will have to first teach us on how to pronounce this name first, so that we don't make mistakes. But let's welcome her. Our third speaker this afternoon is a professor of political history and development studies in the Department of History and International Studies at Prince Abeka University in Nigeria. His research expertise spans comparative legislative studies, domestic and international political structures, gender studies, historiography, and development issues, with over 120 publications in esteemed journals and book chapters. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Ukase Patrick. Professor, you're welcome. Correct. Okay. Our fourth panelist is a development professional with vast experience in governance and development. He has worked at the Center for Governance and Development for many years, empowering citizens, civil society organizations, government, and representative democracy institutions for an equitable and democratic society through research, policy advocacy, and partnership building. He's a founding chairman of the Elections Observation Group, in which he currently serves as a member of the steering committee and convener of the thematic group on political parties and campaign financing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Kenneth Masime Odela. We have now a fully constituted panel this afternoon. In terms of methodology, we will definitely tap into the expertise, experiences, I would say lived experiences of the lady and gentleman before us, and that will be 3 minutes each at the start. I will then have some specific questions that I will raise and address to each speaker. And unlike the previous session, we should have an opportunity as the audience to discuss today's topic or the topic they are going to engage this afternoon. And I'm told later on there will be a last session which will also now address questions in the previous session. That's how we are going to follow as far as this session is concerned. But before we start, as chair of this session, I wanted to give some small opening remarks to give context to the discussion. At the Public Policy Institute 3 years ago, we developed an analytical framework to help us understand the cost of politics in Uganda. And that analytical framework really focused or looked at, the basics. What do you spend if you want to contest for a member of parliament or a local government seat in this country? What are those things that you're spending on? We looked at what we call the statutory expenditures, because you're supposed to pay nomination fees and related aspects. But we also looked at, what goes into the things that, running around a campaign. But we phased that into 3 phases. Pre-nomination, can they spend money before they actually get nominated? Sometimes through primaries for political parties that have primary elections, but sometimes branding and building their brand and visibility. Then there is also money you spend during the campaigns. Okay? How much does it cost you to contest, to contest and win, or whatever happens in an election? Now, most times when we speak about money in politics, we actually forget that they are expenditures that people incur while they are in office. And interestingly, we realize that this is where more money actually is spent. That people spend money to win elections, but actually in the countries like Uganda, when they get there are more expenses that come up. So if you're going to look at money in politics, for my panelists, we're looking at the entire cycle. In Uganda we have 5 years, in some other countries there are 4 years. And the amount of money that is spent. In the same study, we were interested in knowing, where does this money come from? And I think Henry calls that the elephant in the room. Because when we looked at the figures, for instance, I'll give you an example, for parliamentary elections in Uganda, and that is 2016, almost 10 years ago, someone needed $138,000, okay, to participate in the election. At that time, that money was 200 times above the average income of a Ugandan. So where does this money come from? But we also looked at a gender, we had a gender aspect in our study. We're also interested in knowing, how does this cut across men and women? And you'll be shocked that in many constituencies in Uganda, women were spending more money than men. Some for the obvious reason, because the constituency of a woman is bigger, okay? So they spend more because they have a bigger area to traverse. One of the things that we didn't get, maybe we'll get this afternoon, is where does this money come from? Because one respondent told me, from my godfather. And I'm like, who is your godfather? And of course they couldn't tell me, okay? But I think that's where we start to interrogate, where is money coming from that is being channeled into the elections? Lastly, I will expect here from this panel for us to be more action-oriented. What is it that we need to do to reduce or to regulate money in politics? Now, a lot of times we run to the quick things. Oh, we need a law. We are going to realize that there are some countries that have robust legal frameworks as far as regulation of money is concerned, but it hasn't solved the problem. South Africa, Nigeria, Botswana, have very good laws as far as campaign finance regulation is concerned, but it's not working. So what is it that we can do as activists, as government, and as other actors? I will stop there for now. And as I said, I will give each of us 3 minutes to share with us your expertise, your lived experiences, as far as campaign financing is concerned. I'll begin with my immediate neighbor, Prof.
So I'd like to stand on the existing protocol. I'll thank Afionet for giving me this opportunity to be part of this panel. I particularly want to thank Henry for inviting me to be part of this. I got to know Henry virtually, perhaps because he read the paper I did on election financing in Nigeria. And then since then we became friends, and we've been doing a number of things virtually. And we are meeting for the first time today. And so I'm excited to be in Uganda for the first time, and I thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to start by saying that transparency in campaign finances is an area that has troubled a number of nations, even the advanced democracies. You will find that up till now, they are still trying to find a way to block how political parties and candidates fund and spend money during election. But it is more problematic in Africa. More problematic in Africa because even though, like the chairman said, we have robust laws in a number of countries, the challenge is whether these laws are being enforced by a number of organizations. And so you find that, for instance, in Nigeria, where I come from, our laws are clear on how political parties and candidates should raise money, should spend money. In fact, there are limits for, candidates raising money for elections and how much they should spend during elections. The challenge, in fact, the law even goes further to say that after every election cycle, 6 months after the elections, political parties should declare publicly how much they spent during elections. Sadly, it is hardly enforced. So you find the political parties are doing what we always call business as usual. So in Africa, the issue of campaign finances is a challenge for us in a number of countries, like Chairman said, not because we don't have laws. For instance, a study I conducted in the 2007 elections, 2011, and of course the 2015 election, showed that the two major political parties within that period all flouted election financing laws in terms of where they got the money from. Because the law says that there is a stipulation how much individuals should contribute, how much corporate organizations should contribute to a candidate. But that study showed that the main political parties at that point in time flouted these regulations. In fact, when individuals are allowed, because the law believes that when individuals are allowed to contribute money above the ceiling, it creates a patron-client relationship, and it commercializes the democratic process. And that has implications for electoral integrity. So empirically, political parties within that period, during that election cycle, 2007, 2011, 2015, flouted that regulation. Now, the challenge is that because of the opaque nature of the way things happen in Africa, it is even difficult to track the amount of money that political parties and candidates get during election and how much they spend. Even this one we did, we were able to get them through scanty data that we collected from how much they spent in the media, because we were able to get that information from media houses, how much they spent on venues, and how much they spent on sundry items. But even at this level, they failed the law. So basically, it has been a challenge And like the theme of this session says, it affects the integrity of our electoral process. And it is something that we need to tame and ensure that, we put things in a proper perspective to ensure that political parties and our electoral process is stronger. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much, Prof. Next, Henry.
Thank you very much. Let me reinforce the point that Prof makes, that there is a strong nexus between political finance integrity and electoral integrity. And at the root of political finance integrity is the level of transparency in sourcing for the funds we use to do politics, whether it be the routine running of political parties or for elections. I want to also argue that most of the monies that we use, our political parties use for day-to-day running, but also the amount of money candidates and political parties use for elections, come from dark sources, like he has said, and most of the times these dark sources are also dirty sources. And therefore we have allowed that money to come and reign and thereafter ruin our politics, and that has had a direct impact on the electoral integrity. In some countries where we have had provisions, especially to guide and regulate the manner in which the money is used, such as the provisions that prevent candidates and political parties to engage in activities that are intended to induce the voter, in which case they undermine the integrity of the ballot, because the principle is that the voter should be able to make a decision independently without being influenced in any way or manner or form. With money, we see that when too much money flows in the elections, the consent of the voters is controlled by those that have money. We know that there are always deep-pocketed individuals that have strong interest in influencing the outcome of elections. In that process, we have allowed money to take over from the electors in deciding who gets to be elected. But most importantly, we have provisions in many countries that are against vote buying, which would be using money in any way that seems to be intended to induce. We have found over the years that these provisions on vote buying are redundant because they cannot be enforced. You cannot adduce voter bribery in a court of law, because for that to happen, there must be the receiver to attest to the fact that I was given that, and it's because of that that I cast the ballot. But also, how do you, adduce the fact that the gift that was given to a voter 2 weeks prior to elections actually went on and influenced how they voted? But most importantly, how do you, draw the line between facilitating a voter in the cultures of ours in Africa? We know, because I've been to elections where you as a candidate, campaigns, you as a candidate, you have to make sure that people come, eat, drink, they dance. In the recent election, I was in South Africa, I was in KwaZulu-Natal, and there was this rally by ANC where, you would see that many people gather, they get the t-shirts, but the young people are holding expensive bottles of whiskey, they are drinking, and chanting, and there is music, and everybody is dancing, jubilating. So I waited to hear the campaign message. I couldn't find. People came, they danced, they drank, they said, okay, you can go home and vote. But also that looked like what happens in my own country, because when candidates go on rallies, you are at pains to tell whether this is a campaign rally or this is what is it called, a concert, okay? Because this is what happens. But this all goes to the fact that we have failed to control money. So this situation where too much money flows has allowed people of different interests that don't wish Africa good, that have invested staked too much. You know, there are rich people who just will say, I don't want to see, for example, NAFA win an election. And then they stake money as if they are going for betting. And their satisfaction is that they have influenced the outcome. So by not regulating elections, we have, we have compromised the integrity of our elections. Now, there's a point he makes, I think the chairperson at the beginning, about legitimate and illegitimate spending. Okay, we've been told that money is the mother's milk of politics. Without it, politics cannot survive, and we agree. But what is it that stops us from understanding where this money is coming from? Earlier on, Dr. Kojo alluded to democracy. Without having democracy practiced within political parties, can we achieve it? What stops a political party, for example, even in jurisdictions where there are no laws, and we don't have many of these in Africa, what stops a political party, for example, from standing out as an island of integrity to disclose where the money comes from, but also report, how much they spend? So you get to see that it starts from the political parties themselves that enjoy this opaqueness that has come back to undermine electoral integrity. So they raise money, and many of them get to be captured, especially those that are in power. We have seen a lot of interests bankrolling political parties in power for the purpose of capturing them when they win. And indeed, when they win, we have seen which direction the public contracts are going. At the end of the day, the loser is the citizen, the voter. So all this mistrust we are talking about, democracy not yielding dividends to the citizenry, goes back to how did we finance that politics. We do studies in my own organization as well. One of the things we found is also that every time many of our countries go through an election, the GDP goes down, it dips. Some of them suffer from inflation, situations where there's too much money chasing too few goods. So the economies suffer, and the politics suffers, the voters suffer. So in the end, democracy does not translate into economic development, and this is not good for our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. A round of applause. Madam, may I start by telling us how your name is pronounced, so that the guys who are in the media behind are able to capture it well. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, dear African people. My name is Mial Suranjemapian from Madagascar. What makes me smile, I didn't even add my third name, which is much longer than this. Yes, I'm very happy and grateful to be a part of this event. Thanks for adding us, Madagascar and Team Madagascar. I would like to share what we are doing in my association, Transparency International Madagascar. We began our work in political integrity in 2018 with this simple question.
Kindly speak nearer the microphone, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Well, with this simple question, where does the money come from? So we asked this question to the candidates in 2018. We had 36 candidates at this moment, and less than 10 of them responded the question. And among the 10, none of them gave a realistic amount of money, and none of them gave the source of the political finance. Besides of this question, there's another background of question like, who gave the money and what are the counterparts of this money that you use for your political campaign? We do have an official and legal structure called the Commission de contrôle du financement de la vie politique, which is a committee for the control of finance, of political financing, but with no resources, no money, no logistic things to work properly. So no investigations have been conducted to verify that all the declarations from the candidates are true. They released its official report in 2022, showing that most of our candidates, every candidate, they did not follow the rules of transparency when talking about political finance and the funds used by them during their campaign. So we decided that if they don't do the job of being transparent about their money, we as civil society and we as citizens we're gonna do the job for them. So that's why we raised in 2030 for the presidential election a little committee of citizens, volunteers from the 6 provinces of Madagascar, whose job was to monitor all the activities during the campaign for each candidate. We follow every single activity in the cities, the rallies, the meeting, etc. So we try to evaluate the amount of money. So this was very interesting because we used to say that we have how do you say fourchette basse, low? Is there a French-speaking people? The low basis of the amount of money, and sorry? Yeah, and all the candidates complained that we extended the amount of money, but I think that they just don't want to share their budget. Even if the law says that it's something mandatory, they don't share the budget, they don't share the source of the finance. And the question is for us to answer this question: why is it important for our country and our citizens that we know where comes the money? Because there's a lot of money during our campaign elections, which was very strange for a country where the majority of people live under less than $1 per day, when you have millions of euros or dollars spent during the campaign elections. We have proven evidence that some of these candidates in 2018 were approached by international group investors to pay their campaign, to pay the deposits, because they said publicly that they have this money from Russian group. I personally have interviewed one of the top candidates, and he said that he also have been approached by Russian people. He said that he declined the money, but it's his word. I don't have any evidence for that. And one of the candidates publicly said that he has money from the Russian group that paid for his deposit as a candidate. So we feared about, the state capture. Like we do have no independence and sovereignty in our country anymore if we do not the job of protecting the transparency of the political finance during the election. Also, because Madagascar is one of the countries with a great potential of mining, and we do suspect that these investors come to to try to make some unclear business about this, because, for example, we do have a president, Eradjon Armapian, who allowed a company to work in chrome mining. Despite of the contest of the unions worker, because the convention with this company were very opaque. So we know that this company had a license for mining, but also for something 40 other things that not clear about our environment, our wild species, and something like that. So people began to be upset and want to know where the money come from and what are the counterparts of all this money, this lot of money that we use during the election. And we also create this tool that you have said, HiFeed, which means in Malagasy, how to vote responsible, to help people to choose the candidate for the profile, the program, and not for the money. It is still very artisanal, but we have to start somewhere to help people.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Mayor. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Take my.
Kindly switch off the microphone. Thank you.
Sorry? Yeah, I think my colleagues have highlighted the dangers of unregulated campaign financing, which I also consider as a singular most threat to democratic, governance and socio-economic progress in Africa. I don't want to repeat what they said, but maybe just to answer your question. In 2007, we monitored campaign financing, and we could plot a graph, and you could see even bank robberies peaked during the elections. We documented that the motor vehicle industry was funding the various candidates, and lo and behold, when the government got into power, in Kenya, we used to do Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, Toyota. So all of a sudden, Volkswagen Passat was the main. They have their reason, but it was the main, standard issue for government officers now for about 3 years, and then you just know how the money flows. Having said that, perhaps I should confine myself to the nexus between, electoral integrity and campaign financing, and just highlight 4 instances. If it is a true democracy, the elected leaders should be a reflection of the, voting population. But we know what happens. It's old men at the end of the day who take charge. Where are the youth? Where are the women in terms of their proportion, in terms of population segment? So the leadership knows an authentic representation of the voting population, and it has all to do with money. Secondly, campaign financing is a quid pro quo financing. Basically, people are investing. And normally they invest on who is likely to win and allow them to recoup their investment. So in Ghana, for example, we have 2 parties, the duopoly. I think the way things are going, you won't get them out of there. The NDC and the MPP. It's incredible that you only have 2 parties in parliament, but when you talk to people, you find shades of opinion that are not reflected. In Kenya, this manifests in terms of ethnic hegemony. For our 60 years, we only have presidents from 2 communities. The numbers do not add up, but it's the fact that they have had chance to work in government. They are the only people who can raise money and fund a credible presidential campaign. When you come to parties, now another one comes in. Basically, these are the Kalenjin and the Kikuyu, and the Luos come in terms of party, because they're the ones who can mobilize. I did a calculation where you ask parties that have gotten 10% of the parliamentary seats in any election since the reintroduction of multi-party politics in '92. And you find that all of them, the parties that have attained that, there are about 12 or so. At the point they did that, they were either led by a Luo, Kikuyu, or Kalenjin, out of a population of over 40, ethnic communities. Then the other one is the very purpose of the elections. We elect our leaders who have manifestos and they promise us certain things, but once they get there, then you realize they have a different agenda. Now they pander to the whims of the whoever funded the campaign. In terms of the appointment of ministers, even the government policy itself, I think Kenyans were shocked. You remember our Hustler campaign. When the cabinet was appointed and people were now declaring their net worth, then you had now the dynasty, billionaires were the ones who are now being appointed. The others were nowhere to be seen. So those are some of the challenges that we have in terms of campaign financing and electoral integrity. Then, I don't know, the chairman, I want to speak about what I think should happen. Though I don't know whether that will respond to come, but let me just talk now that you are not stopping me. Now, having observed these things for over time, I think there are challenges with even the conceptualization of campaign financing. I know Henry and his team uses the term advisedly, but when we talk of campaign financing, then we talk of political financing, election financing, then there are implications. We are talking about integrity, elections, and we approach it through the electoral cycle approach. Now, when you take an aspect of the elections and focus on it, then you are violating the integrity of the elections. So in Kenya, for instance, this has resulted in a fragmentation of efforts. So when you talk of campaign financing, then you only regulate the campaign period. In Kenya, it's about 3 months or so. And then this task is entrusted to the Electoral Commission. When you talk of political financing, which is everything that happened along the electoral cycle of the 5 years, we talk of party funding. In Kenya, this is now, the role is allocated to the registrar of political parties. Then financing of misappropriation of funds, then we have another agency called the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. So we have a situation where you are talking about the 6 wise men of the Orient. They know something about the elephant, but they don't know everything about the elephant. And so whatever things we try to do in terms of curing the malady cannot happen because the efforts are fragmented. So I think going forward as AFIONET, we will be very clear on what we are talking about when we refer to campaign financing. The next thing is about the duration. For me, this is a very long-term undertaking. We should talk of 50 years plus if you want to make a dent on unregulated campaign financing. Normally, we have this project intervention that takes 2 years, 3 years. It doesn't work. Though not related, maybe I can give an example of Kenya where we were monitoring constitutional level of fund. In the first year, even if you give your report, the MPs were trashing them, throwing them away because they were wondering, who are these people, where they come from? By the next year, they started listening. By the third year, they were now camping at our offices. By the 4th year, you just make the announcement and people just jump out of the skin. There's a minister called me complaining why we are messing her up. We didn't even audit her constituency, but the fear. By the 5th year, they were funding. They wanted to showcase what they have done with their CDF funds, and they will give us money to go and audit them. That tells you what longevity in terms of engaging with an issue over time can yield. Then there's the issue of one size fits all. I think the professor alluded to it. In order to address campaign financing, we normally go and pick templates from all over without considering the context in which the crime is happening. So we have a situation where in Kenya, for instance, now we have a whole regime of campaign financing that we have not implemented for the last 3 electoral cycles, because nobody wants to implement it. The candidates, I suspect, find it is too intrusive and cumbersome and even expensive to implement. The Commission, I think, cannot fathom taking an extra tax in terms of regulating and campaign financing in addition to what they are already doing. So we need to, customize whatever interventions we come up with the context. And then finally, maybe I want to say that we should have interventions that dissolve the problem rather than trying to resolve it, because trying to solve the problem creates other problems. For instance, when you talk of transparency, I suspect in Kenya and in Ghana for that matter, transparency could have negative effects in the sense that it will expose donors, especially to the opposition. It can get to a point where if you are expected to declare whatever you fund, then you won't fund the opposition. I think that will have a negative effect on democracy. Then finally, state intervention, or subvention, sorry, also perpetuates the status quo. In terms of if you fund parties, the ones that are already established are the ones that will thrive. The startup parties will not have an opportunity. So when you talk of solutions that solve the problem, it's questions like banning, what do you call it, political advertising like they do in France, so that you remove the need for money. Civic education to dissuade the young boys from demanding for money and holding leaders accountable, etc. I'll stop there.
Let's appreciate Doctor. I'm soon coming to the audience, but first there are a couple of issues that have been raised by the panel, which we need to interrogate a little more. Number one, Henry, you've talked about the issue of where do you reconcile voter bribery versus campaign facilitation? That has been a contentious issue, especially in our context as Africa. Because a political candidate is going to argue that what you are seeing on the campaign trail is actually facilitation and not voter bribery, because of what it entails for us to be able to conduct a campaign. While in other countries, especially those that have resources, they can conduct their campaigns in more moderate, urbanized, technology-driven, processes. For us, we are different. We have to go to the ground. We have to meet, voters where they are. It involves transport, it involves entertainment, food, water, and that has been a challenge. So, Henry, you will need to, as we talk about legislation, as we talk about policies, how can these frameworks draw a clear line between money that is meant to facilitate the campaign vis-a-vis voter bribery? So you note that. Another important issue that has been raised is that the increasing cost of politics is excluding certain sections of society from participating in elections. And some examples have been given. In my own study, it was about young people, it was about women, it was about special interest groups, okay? But now from what Doctor is saying, that in Kenya, tribes, ethnicities, ethnic groups have been excluded because they cannot be able to raise resources to be able to run a formidable campaign. Now, Doctor, the issue is, how do we maneuver in your context as Kenya, where it is clear that you must raise certain amount of money to be able to successfully engage? How are we going to, maneuver the process in these excluded, what kind of policies? I don't know, just think through what kind of policies, mechanisms, what do we need to do, to be able to counter this particular aspect? Because what you're saying is that if nothing is done, then only 2 tribes will lead or govern Kenya in its entirety. And that's not what it's supposed to be. The other issue was about, in some countries, we have the laws, we have the policies, And we have gone ahead to even establish, structures, put structures in place, okay, to be able to regulate campaign financing. But they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, okay? The question is, what is it that us in this space can be able to do to get these structures to do the work that they're supposed to be doing, okay? That's an important, because if it's easier for us to clamor and say we need a Campaign Finance Act, and it comes in place. But as we have seen, in some of these countries, it hasn't helped. Business has continued as usual, okay? So Prof, maybe you'll help us, enlighten us on that. The other aspect is, we've seen that if there is lack of disclosure of where money is coming from, the likely consequence is that there's going to be illicit money flowing into the campaigns. And I think Mia has given an example of in Madagascar and Russia, where certain elements from the Russian government, I don't know from government or from, what's that group called? Wagner? Or yeah, that's where the money was coming from. And she has highlighted the issue of how this can lead to state capture. Okay? And in the end, when there's state capture, then the state loses sovereignty. And we all know what that happens. But I think we also need to interrogate, the repercussions of so much amount of money flowing into the campaign process. And why I'm talking about that is because in some of our contexts, in many of the African countries, there is excitement from the voters that there is money in politics. In Uganda here, if you stand up today and declare that you're going to stand for elective office, the first question someone will ask you is, are you prepared? But in that preparation, they're asking, do you have the money? And there's a way society has now accepted, society meaning the voters, and even those who are standing up to contest also are now tuned that you must find money, okay? So the question is, us here we are talking about electoral integrity, the need to reduce, regulate the amount of money in politics. Are we talking about the language that voters understand? Or we are in our own world? Because if we are going to succeed in getting the laws, in getting the policies, in putting in place the mechanisms, we will need the voters, the majority of citizens, to back up us. But how realistic is this? Start with Prof. Now do 2 minutes, and then we get to
I think initially I even did 1 minute. So thank you very much. A number of issues have been raised here. I will just try to respond to 1 or 2. Initially, I thought we are going to take interventions segmentally, but my last panelist started doing some interventions. But let me quickly say that in trying to conceptualize political financing and election financing, quite often it creates a number of contradictions. Because when you talk about political financing, it talks about the monies generated by political parties as a whole. And then when it comes to election financing, quite often, for instance, in our laws, it has to do with monies generated by the candidate. And then it becomes difficult to find a line between monies generated by the political party and that generated by the individual. But importantly, I think, for me, is that the elites, political elites in Africa, have ensured that as part of state capture, they have denied citizens the opportunity of owning political parties. Hitherto, political parties were funded by citizens, by members of the political party. They paid their dues. And because they paid their dues, they owned these political parties and determined policies within the context of these political parties. But over time, as part of state capture, what the political elites have done is to ensure that citizens don't even contribute They hardly pay dues to these political parties, and so they are disconnected from whatever that happens within that political space. That in itself is a problem. Unless citizens are, begin to take back these political parties, it will be difficult for them, to play any role as far as this issue under conversation is concerned. But let me quickly, because I made some emphatic statements here about the availability of laws, for instance, in my country, and the panelist in Kenya has said the same thing. And so we know that this thing exists in a number of, these laws exist in a number of African countries. Now, what I think we need to do is to ensure that the civil society has been doing so much. Quite often you find that civil societies involved in the advancement of democracy on the continent have so much work to do. And so emphasis, just like researchers, emphasis has not been on issues of campaign finances. Much attention is not paid to that issue. I think civil societies will need to begin to look at the issue of campaign financing in Africa as a matter of urgent importance, because it is fundamental to the success of our democratic process. In the same vein, the media, what is called investigative journalism, because I recall that when I was carrying out some studies on election funding and financing in my country, it was difficult to get information because the political parties will not give this information to you, because they know that in the end you are going to indict them. The write-up will indict them. So why should they? It is the same way the National Assembly that is supposed to make laws, preventing political parties and candidates from going against certain norms concerning election funding and financing, are also reluctant. How do you expect the hunter to become the hunted? You are making the law to, hunt you in the end. So quite often they are reluctant. So I think the media will also need to pay close attention to this subject. And then finally, the academic community, where I come from also. We need to do more researches in this area. I know that when Henry was looking for sources on this subject, it was difficult to find in Africa. People hardly pay attention to that issue. And I think some of these interventions will go a long way in strengthening that process. Thank you.
So you spoke about the blood, the lines that are not clear between what is voter facilitation and what is voter bribery. And earlier on, one of the panelists spoke about the practice of copying and pasting from the developed North. So we do know that part of our culture is that if a visitor came and you did not entertain them with the things to eat, you will not be kind. I have spoken to certain ethnic groups which tell me that as part of their culture, it will be rude if you met a senior, like an elder, and you did not ask for something. Especially if you see that the elder is doing well in terms of, yeah. So you will be rude. So you get to see that we need to find laws that are kind of fit into our cultures. So having said that, what is not disputed is the fact that too much money flows in our politics, and it has often caused more toxicity to our democracy than it has improved it. So we need to find a way of regulating this. We did a study in 2021 when we had elections in Uganda, and we discovered that about 60%, close to 60%, and sometimes even more, of spending of candidates, and if we find the candidate has spent almost $500,000 or more US dollars, over 60% has gone into those illegitimate issues, such as, the candidate is paying, contributing to school fees for payment of school fees for the children of voters. They are opening up roads. They are extending supply lines for water and electricity to the communities. These are things they're not supposed to do, but also they do these because then suddenly the voter would feel a duty of returning the favor. So we need to do this. We have seen in the global north, even when we don't want to copy, they have now criminalized whatever they refer to as facilitation payments. So voter facilitation should be something that we need to find a way of going around, but also find a way of kicking it out of our politics completely. So these are some of the things. I don't have a clue, but I think we need to have a discussion. Professor Ukas alludes to the fact that if you look for literature on political finance in Africa, written by Africans, you will struggle. Most of the literature that exists is literature that has been written by our colleagues from the global north. And it's not every day that the colleagues from the global north understand issues as we do. Okay? So we will need to have many of us speak interest in this and writing and finding solutions from the perspective and lenses of us people from Africa.
Let me frame it this way. We have a challenge with the existing laws in this country as far as campaign finance, regulation of campaign financing is concerned. But we are also faced with some anti-reform minds, especially around campaign financing in this country. And for me, my question is, for you who is keen on having a legal framework in place, how do you maneuver? How do you, get a reform of this nature in a country like Uganda, where there is overwhelming, what I said there is anti-reform is our legislators and policy actors appreciate the need for regulation, but they don't have the courage to stand up and say we need to regulate the amount of money in politics. How do we go about that?
So you have to go with the grain, because now, for example, I'll tell you for a fact in Uganda that when you hear what is the tones coming out of the of cabinet, of the executive, is that the time has come to do something about unregulated campaign finance in order to curb the commercialization of politics that seem to be also a factor in causing electoral violence, but also degrading the integrity of our elections. So you need to go with the flow. What I do know for certain is that no politician would want to be in a situation where they have to, disclose. Transparency is something that people that are at the supply side of, David Onen called it the supply side of accountability, are uncomfortable doing. And therefore, it's that at least a law should be there, because the starting point is that there should be a law. For example, if you are going to board to travel up country, and there are two buses, one bus does not have brakes, another one has, I think you would go for one that has brakes, even when you're not sure the driver will use them. So I think the situation is that we need to have at least the brakes there in the bus,
in case we get a good
and then we negotiate the good driver that will use them.
Yeah. One of the best breaks that we use for Madagascar in our work in Transparency International Madagascar, we decided to start a 5-year program of civic education, massive civic education, because the majority of our voters are illiterate, for most of them, in the countryside with no information, no access to, and we don't have law about public access, access to public informations, no law to protect the whistleblowers, no law to protect the journalists. So sometimes it's a big struggle. So I really understand that when you say, are you prepared? Because in my home country, we are we have this word "vun," which means, are you prepared to pay the money for every people that you meet during the rally because you are the candidate? But we decided to, we have advocacy for campaign transparency in the campaign fund, etc. But also our work is to prepare the voters to be more responsible in when voting. Then we decide to, to say, "Vunna, are you prepared also to vote the voters to, to have this clever way of choosing the candidates?" But I really understand that it can be a big struggle because when you say, for example, we have to cap the money, and the other question is, what is the reasonable amount of money that you can use for a campaign election? How much money is okay? And we decided to conduct a research just to have this answer. When we say no big amount of money means how much money is reasonable. And also, yes, every big point have been highlighted, Mike.
Thank you, Mia. Doctor?
Yes.
Entire tribes have been excluded from participating in governance in Kenya, mainly because they cannot raise the amount of resources that they need. But you also talked about not just tribes, but political parties, young political parties cannot mobilize the resources they need. What are you guys doing? What do you need to do, or what are you doing, to tackle this monster?
About the young political parties, I think I was referring to Ghana specifically, where there's the duopoly. In Kenya, a young political parties can form government the next day. It can be formed in 2 weeks, so long as it's from the right ethnic group.
So long as there's money?
No, so long as it comes from the right ethnic group.
Okay.
It can be formed in 2 weeks and it will form government. So young does not apply, but ethnic groups apply. And what we are saying is that we need constitutional democracy, so that, and do away with the presidency, so that the ethnic groups can get into parliament and bargain as per their numbers. And this can work if combined with the mixed member proportional system that allow direct elections, but also nominations proportionate to the sizes of the crowd. Perhaps I just wanted to comment on your last question that you made about the people supporting parties. There was a time we were doing the debates on campaign financing in our country, and the parties were saying that the population is poor, we can't raise money from them. And one reverend who sits in our board said that he was not buying that, and gave the examples of the churches, especially these charismatic churches, and said the best way to become a millionaire is to open a church in a slum where people are poor. And that perhaps the problem is you are not selling a message that people believe in. If you tell people you can give them a ticket to heaven, they will fund you. And I think parties will borrow a little from this.
The panel, now I'm opening up the discussion. I first want to start by asking two questions. One to Dr. Tango Doi, another to my brother Sam Itodo from Nigeria. And then I will add up the other speakers. Let me first ask those two questions, and then I pick a round of 5 speakers. Dr. Tango Doi, the ruling NRM political process is so elaborate, but also because of that, it is highly monetized. But you also have absolute numbers in the legislature, which should present us with an opportunity in terms of reforming campaign financing in this country. But we have seen your members of parliament really distanced from these conversations on campaign financing, partly because they don't want to be roasted by voters. You got them, Henry here can tell the struggles we have had. It's, I don't want to engage in that discussion. But they are internally breathing, because of the finances. I think from your experience, we could like to hear from you how we can be able to handle this and have a specific campaign finance legislation that is able to work in this country. Then my brother Sam, Nigeria is one of the countries with a fairly good law as far as campaign finance regulation is concerned, but that hasn't deterred the amount of money flowing into the campaigns. I'm just wondering how best we can target campaign finance enforcement, enforcement of the existing laws to reduce the inflow of informal finances into political party activities. I'll now pick 5 people in addition to those 2. And you'll be able to speak in that particular order. Number 3 now. Okay. A lady. Number 4. Number 5. Then number 6. And number 7. Let's first take those, then I'll pick another round. Doctor, someone help me with the mic.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. And thank you very much, members of the panel, for your expose. The first thing, even when you are presenting, you also had your own difficulty with regard to campaign financing. In NRM, I'm the chair of the NRM Electoral Commission. I came in 2015. My background is academic. I and Dr. Simba used the same bus from Mini Price Butter after using a train to join Makerere as first years. And we've had a lot in common and very few. Now, when you come to NRM, you asked me, it was quite a question, that the ruling NRM political party has a very elaborate process, electoral process, which is also expensive. But he also said the members of parliament subscribing to the NRM as a party tend to distance themselves when it comes to discussions with regard to finances or campaign, how they finance their campaigns. I think the first thing I must say, and good enough my sister, who was in parliament for some time, is here, Honorable Ali Salaso of ANT. The moment parliament gave itself the room to decide its emolument in Uganda, the moment the problem started. The moment they declared that they have to determine their own financing, their own emolument, that's where the problem came. That's why you don't see the professors of Makerere in the politics, because those could be the brains to be in parliament, the elite. But because they are quite accountable, they are quite mindful about what they do at every stage, they actually can't stake their neck and little resources in this game in Uganda. When I came in as chair of the commission, the first thing I did was try to actually persuade the Central Executive Committee of the party that we should actually, first of all, analyze all the background information of those who want to stand before actually we endorse them as flag bearers. I did a very good exercise on their CVs to find that some would not even manage to head primary schools. But I was told that wait for the outcome. You'll find those are the ones the people will vote. Because they don't only have the resources, but maybe they are nearer the people than the educated people who only go back for Christmas. So the Ugandan political situation has been blamed on NRM, and I'm sure many voices will come, because I see them in the house, to do that blame game after I've left. But let me say it for reality. The starting point in our mishandling of elections was the monetization. Parliament deciding that we must get the 30, 40 million. When professors who I led in Mwasa, as chair of Mwasa for 8 years, were getting 3 million per month. That was a mistake. Now that it is, why do they fear coming public? Why do they fear coming up to discuss these issues? I mean, they are both the victims and the perpetrators of crime. They promise hot air during campaign. They say they will do this, they will do this, as if their role is not legislation, but to build roads. So once they get into parliament, they want to go back for another term because it is a high score kind of employment. They have to get more money in loans. Go to the parliament now. I deal with them. They are the most indebted group. And the attrition rate is going to be higher than it has been. Last year it was about 73 to 75. Dr. Angeyo is here, will tell me. But this year, this coming one will even be more than 80. Because they went into a lot of expenditure, even in areas where they shouldn't. They went into loans. Some of them don't reach the constituency because they can't get out. Some of them sleep in parliament to avoid being arrested. So the whole thing is not just to say the ruling party. I know people will come here and say, Museveni gave them, Museveni did this. It's okay. All bad children in society come from families. If we don't take back to the Aristotelian model of the essence of the family, we are gone. Thank you.
From there.
Thank you. Sorry?
How do we proceed from there?
The remedy to me is the church. If the church is not as corrupt as the people they lead. The church and the family. Maybe people should restore restoration of the values, moral turpitude. Here a person is not afraid taking 1 billion. We should help restore water in an area for personal use. I'm just giving that example. And the person will be taken to court and will use that money to defeat the judicial system.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
lastly,
Yes.
for Nigerians, Professor who came to Uganda for the first time. Professor, thank you for coming to Uganda. This is a beautiful country. A beautiful country, but with some difficulties. Thank you.
We have a reverend in the house. So you heard, we need more of the church to solve some of these problems. Sam?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I think the previous contributor made me laugh to the extent I forgot what I was going to say. But Ima, to your point about Nigeria and when you think about enforcement, I don't think we're unable to influence campaign spending limits for most of the reasons that you've all outlined there. And there are three things. One, our politicians believe the winning strategy lies in how much you're able to spend. That's what they believe. So the higher you spend, the more chances of winning. And spending, it's not just about, the campaigns. It's also the budget that they have to compromise election officials. It's also the budget they have to compromise judges. And then also the budget to compromise security agencies. Because when politicians are budgeting for elections, they are not just budgeting, for the campaign and outreach to voters. These are the other budget items on their budget that makes, and raises the cost. So when we think about campaign finance, it's important to situate it within the context of broader democratic reforms. That this is just a manifestation of a weak political culture that we have within our climate. So institutions are unable to enforce that. But I just wanted to raise two other points. And when you ask the question, where is civil society in this? I think Prof was calling on civil society. I think that civil society have so much to deal with that this particular area is an area that requires some measure of specialty. And this is why we need to encourage civil society to acquire knowledge in working around campaign finance regulations or implementations. Because to the panelists, most of African countries are cashless. Are cash economies. So how do you regulate those situations where most of the monies that are used by politicians, to reach voters are just not monitored? And I just want to end by saying, this is my personal view. And the chair of the session raised this question about the disconnect. And if I speak as an average voter who is on the streets, this discussion about campaign financing is a discussion that is held between elites for elites and by elites, because they do not understand this language we are speaking. Keeping in mind what Henry said, and we have to think about this deeply, about the cultural norms, because this is a context where gift giving and patronage is part of our culture. And so sometimes they see this when politicians give them this money, they take them because they see it as part of a culture. And also the fact that they won't see these politicians in 4 years. So they use that opportunity that they have as the only opportunity to enjoy what is the dividends of democracy. So these are fundamental issues that we need to address. Thanks.
Thank you. Your neighbor, number 3, let's make it shorter.
Thank you. My neighbor from Ghana is from Nigeria. I think one of the key issues that we need to continue to focus on is political finance versus campaign financing. When you do a legal assessment of regulations, you'll find that reporting is on political parties, not candidates. And we know that, especially during election cycles, more than 90% of the money goes to the candidates. So we need to tie in campaign financing regulation, which is really missing a standalone regulation to deal with monetization and its associated ill effects that can affect electoral integrity. I think one of the colleagues mentioned also smaller parties not surviving even when sometimes there is state funding. The gap is that many states that provide some sort of state funding, either direct or indirect, use only the proportionality principle, which is that you will give funding to a party based on the percentage of votes. But what you need to add in is the equality principle, okay, so that every political party will get a certain percentage of funds. And then you can add on the proportionality principle, and you can actually add on other principles to encourage making sure that a party has women representation, youth, and differently abled persons. So there's a major way in which you can use law to address some of these issues. I'll stop for now and pass it on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just following up on the panelists that talked about money generated by political parties versus the money generated by candidates. And just wanted to know from those that have been involved in these studies and research, do the countries that use a PR system or parliamentary system, is it a better situation because you do not have you don't have presidential candidates, no presidential elections per se, and the candidates are on the line on a PR list. So does that make this situation better? And lastly, to Prof. and Samson, we had, I don't know if this is true, that during the last Nigerian election, there was an attempt, an informal attempt to limit the money for vote buying by, making scarce the smaller notes, the Naira and the Kobo. We just wanted to know, did that work? Was this true first, and did it work? Thank you.
So much. Number 5. Okay.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Israel Ilunde from Tanzania, a country where we had made an Election Expenses Act since 2010. And two things that I want to disappoint you is that elections are not cheap. You must incur expenses. And secondly, we have the law, but it has worked very little since 2010. That is another disappointment. And the challenge lies in 3 areas. One is the legal framework, that a lot of countries that don't have even the piece of law may not be able to control financial or campaign financing. And secondly, where the money comes from, as said by our panelists very well, that was another challenge, that you don't have the law, money can come in anyhow, and it can be used anyhow. And thirdly is the behavior, the culture of entertaining that you are taught from the beginning when you are still a child, that you have to entertain. In Tanzania, we made a law many years ago. It was called Takrima in Kiswahili, which means hospitality, an act talking on the kind where you have a visitor, you are the host. It is very unusual that the visitor entertains you instead of you as a host to entertain the visitor. So it didn't work, and then the activists were saying where the CSOs, we went to the court and we defended that, and the court decided that that was unconstitutional, so we don't have that law now. But still, we still have a problem. So lastly, I want to say, as what said by Dr. Tango, it is true that a lot of money has been put in the political and decision-making bodies. So everyone is interested to become a politician because there is a better life. So people fight to become politicians because there is so much money as compared to other sectors. Thank you very much.
One more here, Ben, I think. Or 2 more. Okay. Quickly.
Yeah, my name's Benson Ekyo Chen. I work with the Public Affairs Center, Uganda. And I just want to say that thank you. I want to thank the organizers for this conference, that as Africans, we come together. Well, I want to raise up something from the previous panel and combine with this, because I see the two properly connected. The picture I got from the first panel was that Africa is again at the crossroads. From Tunisia, you saw the map. From Tunisia down to South Africa, there was some greenish. But my own country and East African region was quite disturbing. So I think we need to reflect deeply. From what my colleagues have talked, you have seen that map. And it also speaks a lot about where are African governments, who are our allies? Why are we running for resources? Who are the current big friends to Africa? You talk of China, talk of where. And if China is red, the Bible says, if you walk with the wise, you become what? But if you are walking with guys who are painted red, why should we expect a lot from that? Well, the issues I want to bring out are quite interesting. One is that I think from Dr. Odoy's statement, one thing I want us to interrogate is, by the time politics become more lucrative, more paying than being a professor in the university, than being an industrialist, than even business, then there is something fundamental wrong with that political economy, political system. And this goes to what we said in the first panel, that there is a danger that the political system will determine the level of integrity. So I think our focus should be, what are we doing about that? How are we influencing the political environment? We could be addressing symptoms when the real push is that.
Benson, how do we get you from Park, Parliament?
Well, we can discuss that over tea. The second thing, quickly, the second thing I want to mention is, from the first panel, I think it was the chair who talked about it, that data people are running into politics to clean up and sanitize themselves. That is something we should be focusing our spotlight on. In Uganda, for example, politicians are establishing foundations that are more powerful. In my region, one foundation has established over 30 boreholes, which all local governments in my region cannot afford. I think the last time I checked, all the 11 local governments in my region only put up 22 boreholes, each one an average of 2 in a financial year. But one foundation, put up 30, headed by a political leader.
Okay, how do we move
So you find that a foundation is putting up, for example, in our region, a foundation has put up a stadium, which the whole government of Uganda has failed to put in my region.
That is also not true.
So, I mean, why hasn't it put it there? So what I'm trying to say is, I think these are the things we need to start focusing. How come that politicians and politics is becoming more lucrative? And these are the things I'm proposing.
Quickly.
One is that we need to push for reforms that kill off this negative trends.
How do we push for these reforms?
No, we have a good example.
How do we push for these reforms?
No,
when the people you're talking about are the ones responsible for
that is what we should be interrogating. But I was chatting over tea with one of the leaders here, and we were sharing about the Rwandan example and Namibian example. For example, in Namibia, no individual appears in a ballot. It is a political party. You haggle down there, then went. In Uganda, that's the opposite. Odoi Benson has to sell a house and pretend to be representing a political party, when actually he's financing himself.
All right.
So those are the things. And then secondly, lastly, we need to strengthen we need to put a spotlight and strengthen and start interrogating the political systems that under which we operate, the political environment. I think I would be very happy after the end of this conference, we have come up with very tangible ways on how we can strengthen the democratic institutions and systems that can guarantee all that we are dreaming here.
Okay, thank you. We have one more. Yes, go ahead quickly.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed some parts of the conversation. But you know, there's a big constituency within the parties that I think we often forget, because what has happened with monetization of politics is that it's excluded a lot of people from the party. The parties have been captured. So candidates are already decided before anybody goes and vote. Everybody is paid to vote for one person or the other. And all of those people feel like they are not part of the party. And I think that's where the conversation about monetization has to happen. Because even party managers don't have a say in what happens in the party. They just follow orders. So what we conceive of parties are not really parties. And that's why we are getting all these things that we are getting in our democracy. So internal party reform and regulation is a big part of resolving the financing problem. What William talked about in terms of party financing. Whatever we have to do in terms of regulations around party financing, we need actual regulations around internal party competition. right? And we cannot leave regulation to self-regulation, which is what, as is party constitutions and so on. And because you have political competition, if you think that your opponent has to spend more to win, you have to outspend the person. The only way you keep competition in check is if you put the rules and make sure that everybody follows the rules. The other aspects which I think we just need to be adaptive to our own environment and what people have talked about. There is culture, there is legacy. In my country, if you don't go and make donation at a funeral, you will lose election. You can't explain it. You can't, I mean, what they will say about you, there's no way in which you can convince people that you meant well and all of that. You have to accept that you are not going to change this in your lifetime. So the only thing is that if it's going to be a donation that everybody you have to cap it. It has to be reasonable. It has to be sensible. These kinds of adaptations have to be part of our reality. There has to be some common sense in the way we live and take care of each other in our communities. And it's the kinds of conversations when it comes to monies and even vote buying, which we need to have with our communities when it comes to compliance. Because if we don't get the consent of our communities, we cannot enforce these laws. So my last question was back to the panel, because I didn't hear if there were any examples of where vote buying laws, has managed to deal with the intention clauses, because that's where criminal prosecution really fails. How do you establish the mens rea component of it?
Okay.
So if you can give us some examples.
Thank you. Now, we have 13 minutes left to the end of this particular session. And I'm going to give two minutes to the members of the panel. So that will be 8 minutes. How many are left? 5. So I need 5 ladies to gender balance the conversation. So as long as you're able to speak in 1 minute. So Sarah, where's another lady? Yes, 2, 3, 4. And Leandra Kumakeji's hand has been up the longest. So those are 5. 1 minute.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Professor. Professor, comparative studies from countries where campaign financing laws have been successful indicates a strong culture of rule of law and, of course, a legal framework, but also substantial public funding for political party activities. How can African countries, given the income inequalities, heavy debt burden, navigate this concept of heavy public financing for political work to be able to cap and control what parties and political actors can use in elections? How do we navigate this terrain? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Alaso Alisa Shanut from Uganda here. And I'm worried about the 1 minute, but I'm going to try. First, in intervening on these election financing problems, I think we'll have to choose a spot where to focus this energy. And in my view, this cycle must be broken at the mind of the voter. Because I have been out there campaigning. I have tried alone to be the angel and say, I'm not going to distribute money. People say, alas, so you have the ideas, but you don't have money. We will not vote for you. So if you want, you go there and change their mindsets. Then they begin voting for me, who does not have or does not want to bribe them. 2, ensure that public service delivery is in existence. I am one Ugandan MP who got so frustrated with the absence of an ambulance in my constituency until I donated the money I was given to buy a car for myself. and I bought the first ambulance and gave it out to the constituency. Later on, it became everything that everybody has done. If government had not created that gap, I think we wouldn't be, donating things to voters. So ensure that government does its work. We talked about the character of leadership, and let me just emphasize this. If we are not going to deal with the character of leaders, forget about it. Because you cannot put a fox to guard chicken and expect that you will have eggs delivered to the kitchen. You cannot. The fox will finish all the chicken before they even lay the eggs. So here we are, the corrupt, the thieves are celebrities. Ugandans know recently we had issues with members of parliament. And when they returned from remand, do you know they hosted, and there were mammoth gatherings, receiving them as heroes. Thieves being received as heroes. So there is something wrong. Can we begin a campaign that aligns with what we speak about in the Alliance for National Transformation? Because I belong to a political party of values-based leadership. Lastly, where money comes from is part and part of I know we are emphasizing where the money comes from. But I think we also need to emphasize the repercussions, really. Not in terms of, the country will be arrested, whatever. No, that's not a big problem. Somebody said from behind there, I'm sorry I didn't get the name, but one of the participants said that if you go in that angle, you are not even in sync with the voters. Maybe the little thing the voters can feel about this conversation is that when you accept to be bribed, these people have to go and recoup their money. And when they are recouping their money, they will be taking it from drugs, roads, things that you need in your hospitals. Maybe that one can resonate. But the things of you're worried about who and who coming from Europe to do what with the villagers in Serere, they cannot understand those things. And so lastly, yes. Emmanuel, lastly, when you talk about party financing and civil society sounds like aliens to the activities of political parties. I manage a political party. I don't see many of you there. You don't even talk to us. You are just aliens. So what do you want us to have? What deal do we have with you? What deal do we have with you? We have to deal with people who probably either give us money or give us training. You people, you get your money as civil society. You don't even come, you don't support the growth of political parties, and you want to manage us. What are you coming to manage? We don't know you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emmanuel.
I want to give you 30 seconds of my time, and I want you to tell us, how do we get elites, people of integrity, into elections and politics? Because that's where the problem is. We are talking about all kinds of people who have gone into political processes to clean up themselves or to steal more. But how do we get those that we think are integral or have integrity?
Can we do a bit of leadership, mentorship training? Can we prepare people for leadership when they are still in their schools?
Just hold on. That's what Dr. Tango Doi talked about.
Yes.
He started by saying when he went to SEC, can we start sieving through people? And he was thrown away. People didn't want to listen to him.
No, he started at the wrong point. He's starting at SEC. Yes, and you are dealing with already corrupted people. You should.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I'm Farida Lule, and I'm from the Pearl of Africa. I think we are on a certain level, but we are not actually seeing what is the real problem at the grassroots. One day we were in Rwanda with my friend, Professor Tango Doi, I was observing elections, and then I bypassed a group of women seated. So I asked them, have you finished voting? They said, no, we are waiting for NRM, and there's another professor that we've been told that they're giving out money. So we are waiting for that money before we go to decide who the next leader is. I felt so bad. I had to look for my friend and told him, there's a group of people, you are going to miss out some votes because some people still need what? Money to go and decide the leader in this constituency. Then we found another group. No. So we found another group that actually stopped us and said, like, give us at least 500 shillings for us to be able to go and do. We are going to vote, just give us 500 shillings. So that is the level at which we are.
So how do we start?
I am still, sorry.
I just want you to answer that.
Yes.
How do we start speaking to such group of people with that mindset to try to convert them around the issue of money in politics?
Uganda is very tricky, and Ugandans are also very tricky. I'll bring a scenario of 2021. That we have so many MPs from National Unity Platform, NOB, who actually are in parliament, and they did not give out money. Reason? Yes. And the reason, it was because of the wave. People just got excited and said, we are only voting the umbrella. I don't need to be given money, and they were on the line by 6 p.m. and they were not given money, but they went and voted. So when we are analyzing some of these issues, we have to put so many issues into consideration. I think,
Lastly,
we need to look at the poverty levels in the country. There is no single MP who will come and bribe Farida with 1,000 shillings or 2,000 shillings, well knowing my financial base. If civil society is empowered to empower those voters such that most of them are economically empowered, we shall maybe have people who are representative enough in parliament.
okay, thank you. Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Nashiba Nakabira. I'm the African Union Youth Ambassador for Peace. I represent East Africa. I also work with African Youth Development Link. And I want to speak from the perspective as a young woman, but also as a youth. If you look at the level of unemployment, if you look at the level of poverty, I think the youth and women have been disproportionately affected. And this, in a way, limits them from meaningfully participating in elections, which has been highly monetized. So my question and concern is, how are we thinking about equity when it comes to monetization of politics? Because we must know that we have already groups that are traditionally marginalized, and therefore we need to be sensitive to kind of support their meaningful participation. I want to give an example of the national youth councils that we have in Uganda, from the villages to the national level. I must say that the national youth councils are ill-facilitated. Yet for me, this would provide a voice for the youth and foster their meaningful representation. But today we must say we have a kind of representation which is more of formality. For me, I don't believe that the kind of representation is trying to address the needs of the youth in this country. Therefore, I think we need to critically think through the aspect of equity and how we need to support youth participation and young women's participation in political processes. Thank you.
Okay. 30 seconds, then Leandro Komakech will close the conversation, then we get back.
Thank you very much. I'm Canon J. Sinima. I'm a member of the board of ACFIM. My late friend Tamale Mirundi used to say, Uganda has been taken over by mafia. And I used to listen to him, and he had a lot of sense. And I'm thinking civil society, we did very well with the activism. Now we need to adopt ourselves. We have to rebrand ourselves. To adopt lobbying and advocacy and quiet dialogue with the powers that are surrounded or influenced or by engaging the mafia. This is, for me, is very important because you can't go to give a lecture about not taking money for bribes. This is the only man I'm going to see. The man will disappear anyway. So we are treating the symptoms, but the core. Somebody said, let's look for the root cause. The root cause is that the states in our countries have been taken over by mafia, by people who are so near power that when you try to do something about it, you are labeled. And civil society right now, if you are going to run around the village raising awareness of the common people, you are going to be targeted and deregistered.
Okay.
So we must rebrand and adopt methodologies of lobbying, advocacy, and dialogue with the mafia, those who have been surrounded by the mafia, so that they can listen. They are not listening.
All right, thank you. I think the quick question there to our panel is going to be, if this current system that allows so much money into politics is working for the so-called mafia, how are you going to convince them otherwise? Because the system is working for them, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Hamidi Bella, and my input, having listened to other contributions from other participants, especially the Honorable MP and the Youth Ambassador, what I pick from the discussions is that voter buying has been normalized, and she is talking about the disproportionate representation. So what I then thought as a solution was, and of course this is very theoretical, was how then do we convince women, young people to see their demographic advantage as a currency? How do we change the mindset from I need to wait for the 500 shillings before I vote to I know that my currency is that we have the numbers, and elections are a numbers game. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Leandra, you are the last one. Then we get back.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. My name is Leandro Kombakich, a former member of parliament, the last parliament, and a victim of the current parliament. And also...
Why are you speaking as you look at Dr. Tango doing?
But we are colleagues. We are very good friends. So,
Please go on.
I'm currently a recovering scholar at Makerere University, a Department of Political Science. I read yesterday a title of a journal called The Importance of Stupidity in Scientific Research, and written by a gentleman called Martin Squats. He went to analyze that stupidity needs to be looked at the scientific level. One, we need to know what abject stupidity is. Two, productive stupidity. Three, relative stupidity. Four, positive stupidity. So I read through that, I got confused. Until later, I learned a lot about this journal that he wrote. Now, when you link it to Uganda's politics,
you find out that in 1962, when we rolled out the independence, the Constitution allowed for the parliamentary system that actually brought the best cream of Ugandans to represent them in parliament. If you look at the quality of representation of parliament in 1962, before it went wild in 66, you could see primary teachers were serious legislators. Secondary teachers, actually, that parliament was composed of 60% teachers. And they performed well. When you see that creeping decay that is now happening, I think the introduction of individual merit, and this needs to be researched on, the introduction of individual merit during the movement system cost us a lot. Because everybody struggles for himself or herself. And when multi-party system was reintroduced, the individual merit did not leave the individuals. They carried it forward to multi-party democracy. Now the rules in the multi-party system has been weakened because when you look at the electoral laws, it restricts very serious people to run for parliament. You read the electoral law, it will say that once, as a government civil servant, if you want to run, first they make it appear so risky. Make sure you resign how many months before?
6 months.
6 months before.
To nomination.
They are beginning to resign. But if you lose, you don't come back. You go. Now, this has curtailed us from getting very good leaders.
Okay.
From the civil service. So for me, my interest is, as a way forward, can't you as the civil society groups begin to do advocacy on the return or the review of the electoral law? Because I know you have influence. To reinstate and allow everybody to be on equal footing. If you lose, you come back.
Okay.
Yes, and then two, I think there's need also for salary review. We need to demotivate legislators. We need to demotivate.
Are you saying that the legislators need to demotivate themselves?
No, but the power should come from outside. We are the voters. Okay. We need to demotivate them by having salary scales that appear to be at least proportional to the amount of work that you do. Because otherwise, it's tantamount to financial engineering.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for the insightful comments and questions that you posed to the panel. I'm going to give the panel, each person 2 minutes. I know there are many questions, but we've run out of time. But make sure, at least one of you should make sure you respond to one of the following, which are important comments and questions I've picked from the audience. One, how do we think about regulating our economies that are cash-based? That's an important one. My money doesn't pass anywhere in any of the financial systems. How are you going to do that? Two, we have a culture of giving, a culture of donations, okay, in this country, on this continent. And someone gave a very good example that if you don't go to Barre, give money, that will be an issue that can make you lose an election. And in this format, are we disconnected from the people and their interests as far as money in the politics is concerned? Are we talking to ourselves? Okay. Number three, political parties are not socially owned. Political parties are owned by elites, by certain individuals or certain groups who are actually putting money into these political organizations. And if you don't have societies and communities that are actually facilitating the operations of these political organizations, then it's going to be difficult for you to disassociate the whole concept of money, because people previously used to run and inject money in these political organizations. Number four, is the parliamentary system better than the presidential system? And someone gave an example of, the presidential system where, winner takes it all vis-a-vis the political system, where political organizations are able to identify leaders on their own merit and place them in various positions of leadership. There's the issue of how do we strengthen internal party democracy, because someone highlighted it is critical if you're going to be able to have political organizations that can identify, field, and support political candidates. How do we strengthen public funding of political parties, especially in our context where our economies are not doing well, are highly indebted, and may be constrained? Lastly, looks like there are historical but also structural constraints, no, as far as regulating money in politics is concerned. That this whole debate needs to look at the holistic structure of our governance architecture. It could be political organizations, political systems, and the rate, but also historical and contextual in terms of how our people, feel or are incentivized to participate in political processes. 2 minutes each. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me try as much as possible to respond to two of the interventions from participants from the other side. First, let me speak to the issue of the parliamentary system as compared to the presidential system. Now, it all depends. We keep talking about the social and cultural context of democracy. And somebody talked about copying and pasting. We must adopt strategies and systems that suits our own specific environments. In 1960, when Nigeria attained independence, we adopted the parliamentary system of government. In less than 6 years, it collapsed. We reverted to the presidential system. We started the presidential system in 1979. We have been with it up till now. And recently, a group of 60 parliamentarians came up and, legislators, came up and said, let's go back to the parliamentary system, without studying the underlying historical issues responsible for the collapse of the parliamentary system. So for me, it is not just about adopting systems. We need to understand the context, whether it is suitable, and if possible, even do a modified kind of system that will suit our own environment. So it will depend on from one country to the other. And secondly, issue of political parties not socially owned. Already we have talked about these political parties being captured by the political elites. And it is difficult for them to leave them. And once they have captured it, it is difficult. So I think that the revolution, in quotes, that we can embark upon is to ensure that some of the very, very little, again in quotes, political parties can become, we can leverage on those political parties. People can now begin to see how they can join those political parties, own those political parties, and see how they can introduce new ideas. Political parties can now become more ideologically based than what it is today. But for these existing ones, it may be difficult to carry out any political surgery and succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think many of the reforms we are looking for are going to have to start with the political parties, because political parties have tended to do things that leave a lot to be desired. I was meant to understand that, for example, in was it Ghana, where for you to get a party ticket, a party card to be nominated as a flag bearer of that party, I think the nomination fees is in excess of $40,000 US. Is that what I understood? That's too much, So political parties have to be regulated. That would be a good starting point. Because until we have fixed, we always say that political parties are the wheels upon which democracy moves. And if you have a punctured wheels, I'm not sure you're going to go far. So until we have systems in place to regulate and bring accountability to bear on the political parties themselves, we are not going to be very far. Emmanuel, allow me to speak about political rights, kind of as I wrap up, because I believe so strongly that voters have a right to know who funds the political parties they support, who funds the candidates they support. And therefore, if we can get them to appreciate this right, maybe that would be also a good starting point. Lastly, is about that money that has found refuge in our politics in Africa for so long. And I know if you got a dirty cloth and washed it in water, the cloth gets clean, but the water remains dirty. So if you get that dirty money and wash it into our politics, that ends politics. And of course now the dynamic of washing dirty personalities. So I think it's important that we get awakened to these facts and be alive to them, and the more we frequently speak about them and work out solutions, the better. Thank you very much.
I'd like to talk about this culture of giving and donations that, which could be an African culture, because I think it's everywhere in our continent. From Madagascar, for example, the line is very flu, thing between being polite and being, corrupted. When you give something, is it because you're polite? Is it because you want to corrupt someone? And we experience this, the thing that we cannot do anything right now in my country if we don't give money to the people to do something. And this is because lots of CSOs contribute to this situation. They give them money, they give something like that, and then the political parties also goes with the money. So we have this cercle vicious. What is the word for cercle? Yeah, that it, where traditions are, melted with this kind of corruption. I don't know if there is a solution, but we are known, for example, in Transparency International to be a little bit radical for that, and we have this very particular rules that we don't give money with the journalists, etc. And sometimes it is accepted, but not in a electoral campaign. So it is very tricky to explain this to the people. But I think that we should. I really agree with this friend who said that CSOs must enforce the knowledge of mechanism in transparency, etc., so that we can also add our contribution to explain to the people what is the difference between you being polite, you being maillon de la corruption. Also, about these political parties owned by elites, we experience, for example, in Madagascar, that even the members of the political party don't know where the money that they use they don't know, they have no clue of who gave the money, and they just wait for someone. This is the money, and they use the money. And we made some researches with the political parties to try to understand why they don't give these informations to the members of the party, and the response is that it's not the business of the lambda citizen. When you have a political party, the money is just the business of the chief of the party. So it's a mentality that is, I think it's common in a Malagasy political party. So there's a lot of reform that to be done, but yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So I was saying I will combine the chair's question 2, 4, and the last one, because they're basically talking about the same thing. Customizing our intervention to our context. So I think campaign regulation, in our context, has to factor in this culture of gift giving, so that we don't criminalize what is popular. It's like trying to criminalize polygamy. You will put everybody in jail. Then on the same, I will say that in Kenya, as much as we say we are a parliamentary democracy, but we, in the de facto sense, we are practicing, we are a presidential democracy. In the de facto sense, we are practicing parliamentary democracy. So this idea of minority, majority does not apply. And you see, most of the time, the opposition collapses. Even now, what's supposed to be opposition is in government. What remains of the opposition are talking of forming the shadow cabinet. Basically, they're talking of parliamentary language. So it's a question of just acknowledging that as a fact and then making it official. Because if you don't make it official, then they do it without the accountability that comes with it. And then finally,
I think the Gen Z is the opposition now.
Yeah, maybe. The last one I want to talk about is the public funding and lack of resources. You alluded to that. I want to say that the money is there. I think it's documented in Ghana that a parliamentary candidate mobilized and utilized resources that are more than the national budget, for the year. So the money is a question of how it moves, but it is there. So I would rather we fund parties and remove the need for people to mobilize and use money, because at least we'll be knowing where our money goes, instead of pretending that it's not there, but it's being used informal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a strong round of applause. And another one to the moderator. Thank you so much. We can get back, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. I think they deserve another round of applause. As you are aware, we are a bit behind in terms of our program. So tomorrow we are going to start with session 3. And this session is very much related to the last session, which was very vibrant, very interesting, and we could not stop the participants, even the panel. So allow us to move tomorrow with starting with session 3. And we have now come to the end of the day. And I want to thank everyone in this room, the moderators, the presenters from morning, as well as all of us for participating. It was a very exciting discussion since morning. I did not see or witness anyone resting their eyelids after lunch. Everyone was very awake. So I want to thank you for that. Let's clap hands for ourselves. So tomorrow, we are proposing that we start at 8:30 sharp so that we manage our time well. We want to finish all the 4 sessions tomorrow so that we catch up on day 3. So 8:30 we'll be starting, even if there are 2 people in the room, as long as the panel is here, we'll start. Okay? There's also evening tea outside. So you can exit this way and have your evening tea. I think that's all we have. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant evening.